amigos on the beat will be rolling shit. Got amigos on the beat will be.
The stars have aligned to bring some phenomenal Counter-Strike here, folks, and it is Galaxy Battle Phase 1 Semifinals. Great Counter-Strike and lovely faces. My name's Sir Danny, joined here by MNJ, and well, semifinals. It's been a pretty long journey here, Josh, hasn't it?
It really has, yeah. It's been a fun journey, but yeah, we're finally sort of getting into the meat of things where we have our best teams battling it out, and I think today's game should be a really exciting one. We've got NAVI Junior versus Passion UA. It's been a little bit of an unfortunate kind of hiccup in that side of the bracket where 9 Pandas forfeited their game against Sashi, and then Sashi forfeited their game against NAVI Junior. So yeah, an awkward road here, but now we're in these semi-finals. Obviously, the whole way along, these VRS points and the wins have been super important, but now we're playing for big chunks of prize money. Difference between this game is the difference between going out in the semis and making $4,000 or making it to the grand finals and potentially having that share of, either 25,000 for first or 11,000 for second. So yeah, there's a decent chunk of change on the line now we get into these final couple of games.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like we got some pretty cool teams as well. I feel like on the right side of the bracket, this is going to be the first best of 3 of the day. Like, this is going to be some really exciting Counter-Strike. Navi Junior versus Passion UA. I guess before we jump in and talk about that best of 3 in particular, we could also take a look what happened on the left side of the bracket. And obviously, it's also going to be a pretty interesting best of 3, ECSTATIC versus TNL. I feel like ECSTATIC for me is a team that has been doing a really good job at climbing the rankings in World Counter-Strike. The addition of Syra has been really great and all that. But yeah, let's keep that for the next best of 3. Now let's talk about Navi Junior versus Passion UA. And this is, man, like on paper, you feel like, yeah, I mean, Navi Junior, I mean, they've been playing stellar Counter-Strike. They've been winning events. They've been beating some pretty solid opposition as well. But at the same time, this is a stacked roster on Passion UA side.
It really is, yeah. They've brought in a couple of new additions, and it seems to be gelling quite nicely. Waro and Demka fitting in with this team very well. And whilst I think it's a bit of a shame that Passion UA is no longer this like teenage powerhouse of like 15, 16, 17-year-olds. They are solidifying themselves as a strong Ukrainian side. Now, we'll take a look at these vetoes, and then I'll explore that thought a little bit further. We've got Mirage, Ancient, and Anubis. Both teams playing a 6-map pool, so once we get Nuke and Train out, they're pretty comfortable on just about anything else. Passion UA are lucky that they got the luxury of banning out Inferno as well. It does somewhat surprise me that Navi Junior didn't try and punish that and perhaps pick into it, knowing that it is a real weak point for the Passion UA boys. But yeah, the 3 maps that we end up with are 3 that both teams are very comfortable on and absolutely could go either way.
I definitely feel like it as well, because we can talk about Navi Junior and we can look at Makaza, this phenomenal player who has been so good at opening up a lot of these maps, a lot of rounds for Navi Junior, and then he'll be going up against Voro 2K. Now, he can also open up rounds with the AWP, but he's also got Kvem to back him up, and I feel like that combo of Kvem and Voro is definitely a powerful duo on the side of Passion UA, and from the get-go, it's an early engagement. It's Demka to find the first. Might just see a simple explosion on A side. There's still symmetry yet to reveal his position, but Kvem picks up another. As they keep on pushing, Makaze being overwhelmed. It's the double peak, but now you got Demon coming in from Connector, and this is turning out to be still a solid round for Navi Junior.
Passion UA need to get this bomb down, and all the pressure is coming from every side. Jugas in CT, tapping away. What a response. Demka follows it up with a headshot. He's on a single point of health. This smoke might allow Makaze to try and isolate this one. HG would have done him a lot better, but the $300, in hindsight, invested incorrectly. Tapping away for the head. Makaze has got a kit, but he just doesn't have health. And they're not giving him anything here. Smoke on the bomb, might just try and jump on this. He'll tap it, wants to force out the fights, but Demka makes it a quadra as Passion UA pull ahead for the first.
Really slick victory. Despite Navi Junior having players on the side itself, we saw that You know, those gunfights, they weren't as convincing for Navi Jr., even though they had some good positioning, some crossfire set up from Dark as well as Jungle. It still wasn't enough. And for Passion UA, you know, this is their map pick. And yeah, you also mentioned it, Josh, that if you take a look at the map record for both teams, I mean, both teams, I mean, they enjoy playing Mirage. They enjoy playing a bit of Ancient. And even the third and final map, if that will be necessary, Anubis is also a solid map for either side. And Navi Jr. not wasting any time, going for the straight up force buy. Bit of a stack this time around, and also not fighting for any intel in middle.
Galil's creeping up. Navi Jr., I don't blame them for going for the force buy here. It does seem like the right call, but it could also allow Passion UA to just pull ahead from the pack. A little bit scrappy from Waro, won't matter. Krabeni will go down. As the Galil just keeps creeping. He's got a very good position now, Symmetry. This will be so hard to clear with the scout in hand. Close fight. Here's Waro. A couple of spams getting sandwiched in. Okay, that makes the fight a little bit easier. And we're back into a 4-on-4.
Oh, it's starting to look a way more awkward for Passion than it probably should be. Symmetry's got the cross, but the molly, it is not deep enough. Oh, okay, it is. There's some damage on the player. Given a chance for Jacasmo to get that bomb planted. There are still 2 players in CT spawn, and by the looks of it, they will attempt this. Jacasmo out of the best position. There we go. Joke's going for the peaks. Now we see the full-on swing. Demka goes down, and oh no, it's all up to Lonesome Kvam. And even though the bomb's planted for him,
yeah, fun. So they're not going to scoreline to go the other way. Any kind of damage here would be good damage as they're stacked up in underpass. And it has to be said, I love Topa's pink gear. It's really cool. I've wanted one of those headsets for ages. They're sold out everywhere here.
Really?
You just wait till the cam goes back
to
on it. I have the same one, but it's black and it's nowhere near as cool.
Ooh. Makaze doing some good nade damage. Still on just the mere pistol, so it's no wonder Makaze wants to go for some of these fights. Definitely a player to watch out on the side of Navi Jr. And surprisingly, I mean, the CT side is definitely respecting the opposition. I mean, not stepping out of bounds. Relatively safe positions, just enough to make rotates easier from one bomb site to the next. And now Demon, he does have the backup of Makaze. Only the Glocks to go up against. Sure, there's the dig on Waro's hand. But even so, Demon, a bit of an off angle. He should be good for at least the 1 frag. There we go. A few more players to come his way. And now Demon will struggle with the next one. But as they have this side on lockdown, they will get themselves too.
Yeah, whilst it's a little bit labored, Demon's main goal there is just to stay alive. Get those teammates in for the reinforcements, and, well, he does that. Just about. Holds on. They keep those rifles as well. Navi Jr. looking pumped up as they go into round number 4 for Passion UA. I said, it's not going to be everything, but it'll be somewhat of a buy, and here it is. Full investment, but 4 AKs, a Galil on Jacasmo. Very lacking on the util. That's why they're stacked up here into Palace. The smoke will delay them.
I might give them the chance, in fact. It's not a delay, it's an opportunity. It's a chance to commit on the bomb site. Perfect timing being found. Bomb is getting planted on A side. Krabeni and company have to make their way through connector. Not the worst position, but the problem is Tapa. There we go. Finally reveals his position, but goes down too swiftly.
Ooh.
And Volt tries to bring it to a more doable position for the remaining players, but now it is looking super tough for Cosmo and Demka. Makaze with a swing. Demka chimes in, tries to go for more, but Symmetry deletes him. And that will be Navi Jr. securing another.
Okay, well, ordinarily I'd say that comp push through the smoke was a little bit foolish, but you have to kind of cut a bit of slack because it heard two of the players, after that contact was made, two players rotating off, right? And Warrior's like, okay, I'm going to try and catch a timing here. For there to be a third man in such a confined space behind that smoke. Catch anybody off guard. Unlucky for him, can't convert. Passion UA. Back down to pistols. We go into a little bit of a technical pause. Hopefully things should be ironed out shortly. One thing I did want to mention in the pre-game, but we didn't really have time. I had a conversation with Faraz the other day. We were casting one of the Passion UA games and sort of talking about how it's a real shame that... There's the pink gear, by the way. Topper's got the whole shebang, right? Wow. Chair, mouse, headset, mouse pad. Oh, man. It's cool. It's cool. But yeah, sort of talking about how they were this super young roster, and obviously with any young roster with talented players, those players get poached by bigger organizations. And I think we both sort of agreed that it would have been nice to see them continue to try and develop talent within the Ukrainian scene and try and, you know, replace those players with new 15-year-old talents that can be trained up. But with the current way that the VRS system works and, you know, not really being able to take those risks, I think that bringing in Waro and Demka was the right play, but it does just mean that, you know, they're just another sort of competitive, I'm not going to go as far as to say like middle of the road CIS roster, but you know, there's not as much that's so unique about Passion UA anymore. I really loved the roster that just felt like it had this crazy ceiling, you know, where you got these super young talented players. That's not necessarily the case anymore, but still a high ceiling that needs to be reached, and Waro has managed to pop one head here in this round.
You'd love to see it. Waro has been a phenomenal player in the Ukrainian scene and also performing quite well to international standards. And I feel like he's definitely a really nice adjustment to this team. Whew. Another fine headshot, I might add. But yeah, with just 40 seconds remaining, he is expecting one player to come up and eventually goes down to Makaze. Yeah, I mean, returning to your point about Navi Jr. as well, this roster, it's got potential, but it's also because the individuals have potential. And remember, I mean, this is an academy roster of Navi, and with a struggling Navi, I just don't see a reason why wouldn't you, you know, try out someone like, you know, Makaze or Krabeni, you know, give them a shot in the big league. If they fail, I mean, they could always return to the academy roster. And I feel like that way, you would have a chance to see whether these guys can perform at the top level, and maybe might even be ready for it.
Yeah, I think weirdly the issue is right now there isn't necessarily the space on the main roster. I'm not sure who you'd replace Makaze with, so the option would be to loan him out, I guess. But Navi Jr. have definitely hit a little bit of a ceiling here, being still under this Navi banner as their development squad. They were a team that were firmly in for the MRQ, right? If they were under any other org, they could have played the major qualifiers, but because they were in Navi, they had to give that spot up because Navi were obviously already qualified for the major as a conflict of interest and all of that jazz. So it did kind of surprise me that they weren't allowed to, you know, play under a different name or a different brand or something to be able to qualify. But other priorities, Jugas has a reasonable idea that they are up close. Waro on the other side of this smoke. He needs to be careful. He knows that there's a head. He's just waiting for it to poke over. And he feels very committed, so yeah, doesn't want to overcommit. We'll just dial it back as that smoke starts to fade. They've already got two-man advantage. Doesn't want to be losing it.
Oh, it's a wild spray from both parties. Surprised as well. I mean, Jukes doesn't really have that many kills. He hasn't been contested on this part of the map, and now he finds some sublime timing. Gets it on Demka. The nade or Chikesmo's bullets will do a good job. Demon is an ungodly spray. And with so little time remaining, I just don't see them winning this round, and they will not take any prisoners.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff. Almost everybody chipping in there. Duke's playing well too in that situation where, you know, The priority is, again, just staying alive. Letting Makaze and Symmetry come in and do the heavy lifting. Just don't give them access to that bomb site. Don't let that plant go down. Things are going from bad to worse here for Passion UA. This is their map pick. They started it off with a bang with that pistol round victory. Since then, it has all started to go sour. 3,500 in the bank for everybody. Max loss bonus will come in the next. So no doubt we'll see pistols and armor in this round. But it can't be a whole lot more. So NAVI Jr. should be teed up for a 6th here.
You feel like it, right? Even though initially we saw Passion UA was pretty damn explosive. I mean, we don't have to go that far back to remember one of those first gun rounds where they saw a smoke being deployed in Palace and they just push out. Lovely timing being found, but even if they do get in those post-plant scenarios, they're struggling right now. And Passion, this round, I just don't see it changing any other way. But and again, you do have Moro on the hero AK. And they have slowed things down just a little bit. They might try to do something explosive. I mean, haven't seen that in some time now. Just the one flash remains, and right now, here's the push. Kvem taking a lot of damage early on. Demon and Makaze so far doing a fantastic job on the hold. Only taking care of 2 players, but that's enough to allow the cavalry to move in. Jakazmo, great headshot, but that, wow, sadly, won't win the round.
Demon hasn't been tested all too many times in this map so far as that Bianca. They've only come to him a couple of times, but when they have, he's held his nerve. He's sat 9-1 as we go into round number 8, and he does it again there. Just a lovely little triple kill. Keeps things going, keeps that AK on his back, exactly where he wants it to be. Passion with another buy, but it feels like in so many of these force buy rounds or these half buy rounds, they're over-investing a little bit, and it means that when they go into these sort of full gun rounds, there are contingencies. We've got Waro on a Galil instead of an AK. We're still yet to see an AWP out on him as well. It just,
yeah,
I don't know. It feels a little bit desperate.
Yeah, and Kvem has been struggling as well. I mean, he is the guy who's supposed to find those opportunities, those openers. And if not him, then you got Waro. It also goes down way too early. Oh, just look at the nades as well. I mean, what a great read from NAVI Jr. They were expecting that, okay, haven't seen them try and take mid control. They might even consider taking something like window as a last-ditch effort. Then you got Waro going down, nades as well. They've been smoked off. Sure, you have map control, but where can you go from here? I feel like the options are pretty limited. Now with 50 seconds, you could even see NAVI Jr. I mean, they have the confidence to leave Lonesome Demon on B side, but hold on, might see a change up. Demon from short, able to find one, and now Jakazmo and company, they want to hit A side.
Oh, Krabeni. The bold commitment to play on top of the ticket booth, but he knows that he's got the support from his teammates, and they will trade him out if he falls. Makaze with a triple in this one. And yeah, again, just a little disjointed, a little bit lackluster here for Passion UA. Waro dying far too soon. The util in mid was fantastic. A little unfortunate that that molly was extinguished. Shouldn't have been by the window smoke, but caught some kind of weird clip and ended up dispersing. Could have stopped Jakazmo a little bit longer, but doesn't really matter. And I like the insight that you get from the player cams. They're not looking defeated just yet, but they are looking a little bit on edge, a little bit worried about this map, that's for sure. Hope trying to get vocal. Rally up the troops, because maybe not in this round here, but certainly in the next buy round, they have to start pulling this their way.
Yeah, right now it is a bit awkward to see them on just the one round. And it's also sad to say that even though we have seen post-plants on A, we have seen 4v3s or 3v3s, it just felt like it never really was that close ever since those initial few rounds. Maybe it's about to change. An explosive play. Symmetry and Jukes holding the line, not the best position. has been smoked off, but they're yet to clear out Jokes, and Krabeni actually goes down. Makaze also taking the hit. Maybe this is exactly what Passion UA needed, but now they gotta be super careful of Jokes, and you can see those T's are aware of it. They got a two-man setup. Jokes gets the one. Does he expect the second? Doesn't have to. Demon is there. And now that bomb plant, it's not coming through. It's suddenly a 2v2.
Oh, finally, an opportunity here for Passion UA, but it might just be squashed if Clem doesn't check for Demon. Oh, that is huge. Timing absolutely perfect. Jukes now has to try and clutch this up. 50 seconds, knows that the last is on a slither of health, and Clem misses the key shot. Jukes now out. And without the bomb, this gets tricky, but the wide swing. If you give Clem too many chances, he will, of course, take them. And a second on the board for Passion UA. That one got a little close for comfort, but they'll be happy to convert it, especially when you consider the resources that they had available. These Tech 9s get a little more than they bargained for.
I'm surprised to note as well how much impact Jugs was able to find from Palace. It feels like that is such an awkward position to make your way out of. Ooh. Someone not to press the spacebar or mouse wheel. No biggie. Might see almost a repeat of the previous round. Unless, or actually no, they're just gonna move on up. Jokes is able to see the first few players, and I believe the bomb carrier as well. That's pretty huge, and you can see a full-on rotate taking place. They gotta hurry up right now. There is, I feel like, a bit of an awkward setup. Yes, we see the full-on commitment from Passion UA on A's side, and Tapa is just nowhere near the action.
Warro needs to get active here. It's just one little poke, one little prod in the NAVI Junior machine. Stop the cogs from turning for 2 minutes, but seems like it's fully powered up again. Topa doing some extra damage and getting some valuable info. That is kind of huge. It's given Demka space to now press up. Warro's found a little slither, and a round that felt pretty unwinnable here for Passion UA. Has come back into a 2v2, but it's Symmetry's AWP up close to deal the penultimate blow. Topa gets his head ripped off his shoulders. And Navi Junior, a little hiccup there in the mid-round, but they pick it back up at the end. And it's 8-2. They keep the steam roll going. This has been very dominant.
I will admit, I actually like the idea from Tapa to try and come in with the flank. Not the big flank from, CT spawn, but instead he moves up short. And as he has his teammates engaging from ramp on the players on jungle, stairs, and connector, that's when Tapa is able to find so much impact, because at the same time, the CTs have to look both ways that it's just so difficult. Now then, Passion, I mean, they have been finding a fair amount of success just entering the A bomb site. That's a great example, and maybe wanted to say a 4v5 post plant, but a 3v4 is still good.
Yeah, sometimes you really can't put a leash on Clem. You've just got to pump the gas and say, go. Get those entries. Do what you're best at. That's what we see right here. A little bit of a tempo shift. I like it. For Navi Junior, despite the fact that they're 8-2 up, the money actually isn't great. So I wouldn't mind seeing them just pull the plug on this. This feels like a pretty unwinnable round. Only 2 smokes. Symmetry's got an AWP. It's not really the right weapon for the retake. And he's the only one with a kit as well. So he would have to get stuck right in. Makaze ends up dropping. But yeah, 2 rifles being saved would suffice. Topa has other ideas, apparently. That is a very crispy shot. He'll go down with the ship. But yeah, 3rd down. Passion UA just desperate for that 4th now.
All in all, Navi Junior, I mean, they still have been winning a lot of these rounds with 2 or 3 players surviving for the most part, so they still have an okay investment, a pretty good one. Coming into the last round of the half, but yeah, 4 rounds is exactly what Passion UA needs, because if they have the 4th, then suddenly you win the pistol, maybe the first gun round, and now we're talking. Potential 8-8 is there, but You can see Navi Jr., they have been respecting Passion UA these past couple of rounds, but this time, let's go aggressive. Akaze right behind the smoke. Might be able to catch at least one of these players. Oh no, it's Toppa to come out on top.
Toppa's really woken up in these past couple of rounds. Some big shots. Showing a bit of a resurgence from the in-game leader, Symmetry and Jugas. Return the favor on the A-bomb site. Toppa's now got to bring some damage elsewhere. Take some spams. Symmetry swaps out to the rifle. He's got a selection at his feet. Kid in a candy store. 55 seconds. Bomb's been left outside a ramp, so Warro has to reroute all the way. It seems like they are going to commit to A. I was going to say, they've still got options. There's time for them to grab that bomb and head back to B if they want to. But with Warro pressing into Palace, this will be their final destination. And he's been spotted and wiped out by Symmetry.
And the fact alone that there is a player in Palace becomes so powerful. Oh, they're still making their way out. Bam. Not going to find good timing. It's all up to Lonesome Toppa. He knows this round is donezo. 15 seconds. Might try to get another on the kill feed, but apart from that, it's just looking like 9 rounds for Navi Jr. and by all means, convincing 9 rounds of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of an understatement, doesn't it? Very, very convincing 9 rounds of Counter-Strike. And for Navi Jr., honestly, it could have even been more. They had a couple of moments that really could have, maybe should have even gone their way, especially that Jukes 1v1 against Kvem. Would have been the difference between, 10-2, maybe even beyond. First, we'll give away a skin, though, as gloves flashing past. We did drop some to somebody about a week ago. But right now, it's a Violet Daimyo. Congratulations, Angelox. Type in !Galaxy in the chat if you want to get involved. We've got at least one more halfway point where we'll be giving away skins in this series, but a chance for more if things end up going to a third map or OTs. So yeah, get stuck in, guys.
Definitely tune into the broadcast. This is still, I feel like, an exciting best of 3 in front of us. Sure, first half, 9-3. I'll give you that. But Passion UA, this is a team that I still feel like can also step up on the second map, despite it being Navi Jr.'s pick. Passion UA, being the core players, they definitely enjoy playing a bit of Ancient. That should be an interesting battleground. But now, let's set our sights on B side. You get to see Navi Jr. slowly but surely taking control of the apartments, already giving away a sound cue, so this will be a simple commitment on the side. Flashbangs rain through, but the kill, so far, it's good for either squad. Toppa needs backup, but Jukes, oh, he's struggling. He's got backup as well, not that big of a deal. And Navi Jr., he will get that bomb planted, but look what's happening in Kitchen for Benny.
No.
Oh, man. That's it.
The round already felt pretty lost. The game following the same narrative, but there was a slither of hope until that backstab materialized. Kvem all by himself. 1v4 becomes 1v3, but Bomb already too far gone. He doesn't have a kit, and really, he needs to just be holding on to this Kevlar. That's a luxury that he might not be afforded. Couple of nice shots to fade away with. Okay. But relatively unimpactful here in the pistol round. Be a nice little stat pad. There you go, Demon. Will be finished off. Kvem gets a little bit of help from the map itself, but double digits hit Navi Jr. onto 10.
Yeah, this is just an obvious confidence play. Why else would you push through the smoke and put your team in a potential disadvantage? You're not going to do it. If you're Kerbeni, who's confident, and he knows that he can win those gunfights, and that's basically it. So for Passion UA, I mean, what other choices do they really have? Here, I feel like the Force Spy is the best choice they can make. I'd love to see some sort of play on the back of it, not just playing the simple setup, and right now they are putting a bit more emphasis on the B play. This might work out. I mean, They're rushing into this bomb site, and you gotta be super careful about it. Demka is yet to reveal his position, finally gets another top over the 5-7, and this might have actually done it, as it is just Lonesome Makaza remaining. 1v4. Impossible, even for his caliber. Passion UA. There we go. Got the force spike, but he also have a stack that actually works out.
Topo is just in the trenches there. I'd love to see that from his POV, just getting stuck in. Gets the kill with a 5-7 from the side, picks up the rifle and takes another with just 7 HP. Passion UA still with a little bit of fight left in them, it seems. NAVI Jr. with a force buy of their own, looking to try and give this defense a taste of their own medicine. Window smoked. Have to be given up. NAVI Jr. looking for some mid-control.
Oh, you should be expecting the rifles to win these gunfights all day and night, but against NAVI Jr., maybe not always, but Kvem, it's just probably just spots out a slimmer of the player's body, and that's enough for him to get it. And now, Demon remains in a very, very unwinnable situation.
I don't know. Normally you'd see this up as unwinnable. When it's Demon, I think he's got a chance of maybe doing a bit of damage here. Bombs on short. First one spotted. There you go. This is exactly what I'm talking about, Danny. This kid is cracked. And yeah, I don't think they're going to give him the opportunity to actually win the round. But if you present him heads on a silver platter, he will munch them up. Now go for the triple swing, saying, well, he can't take us all at once. It's another really crisp shot. And he does well to make that expensive.
Yeah, that round was supposed to be a lot cleaner. I think at one point, it must have been like 5 surviving Passion UA players, but Demon, he was just dishing out damage left and right. And sure, for Passion UA, you could also make the claim that every single round counts. But even so, you don't want to see them running out of money. That would be the worst case scenario. Here's NAVI Jr. again. Testing the waters at B site. I found success in the pistol round, not so much on the second. And this is where, yeah, Passion UA, why not? Already taking control of ramp. They really have a good idea of what's happening. B side is where it's at. All you gotta do is just hit their shots. Demko losing a fair amount of HP, but he's got Tapa as backup. Corbini gets one. But all in all, great round for Passion UA. Good hold on B side.
I don't think we're in this position just yet where we have to worry about, you know, a Passion UA comeback. But in MR12, it does sort of creep up on you quite quickly, doesn't it? You go from, you know, a 9-3 half, winning the pistol, 10-3 up, and no woes. And all of a sudden, you know, you lose a couple, it's 10-6. If they lose this buy round, it goes 10-7. They'll be on an eco. Then it goes 10-8. And all of a sudden, we've got a game on our hands, right? So, important to keep a lid on things. That's why they will call this pause, talk things over. Make sure everybody's on the same page before going into round number 17. Because whilst it does still feel like they've got a big margin for error, it can close very, very quickly. So, Util out, rifles in hand, no AWP here, so Symmetry will have to go without Warrow on the other side to be that Titan to wield it. The window smoke, it does land, Wanda, look at that, oh, beautiful. It's a pet peeve when it misses. It's a nice entry though from Jukes.
Solid start, and this is where Passion UA, after losing one of their own early on, I would expect someone like Voro to try and look for opportunities in short. It's a pretty good position for the CT player to get a shot in and still back away to safety. At the same time, NAVI Jr., they still have a good amount of time remaining. That's the reason they're not committing anywhere just yet. They're being very slow about it. Expecting one of these CTs to play aggressive. They still have a fair amount of util to start take some of map control in middle without giving away too much. And this is where Passion UA, yeah, they are lacking in terms of utility. They're not really sure what's happening across the map. Right now, with so many mollies entering beside it, it's becoming obvious. Symmetry, though, able to find a very crucial frag on Tapa. And that smoke has left Voro in a very difficult predicament. So that bomb plant is looking good as ever. Cosmo, trying to win the fight, actually does so against Krapeni. Now it's on.
3v3. Bomb beeping away. That's a fuse to this round. Makes it a whole lot harder here for Passion UA. Waro on the scope. Gets the information. Not quick enough to the trigger. Bomb already halfway ticked. They've got 2 kits, but one's just fallen. As Makaze strips off one of the heads of the Basilisk, and they will come in one by one. No trade potential, no chance for the round. Waro has to back off with the AWP, and it is really a sloppy retake attempt from Passion UA. It'll allow Navi Jr. onto 11.
Yeah, I actually also didn't notice what really happened there in short because I was so sure Voro will join the fight, try and help out Tapa, but I felt like there was a smoke that blocked off his vision, and I'm not sure if it was from the CT side or T side. And either way, Navi Jr., this entire half, they've only pushed B. They actually, there hasn't been a single round where they actually would hit the A bomb site. And once again, they find the opening frag. I mean, Navi Jr. has been so good at finding these openers.
Jukes has been really good with these entries out of ramp as well. We'll see him try and dig deep for another one here. Be a key time for it if he can pull it off. Jacasmo here on default. Them to come and join him. He's just been hit by the smoke. Doesn't matter. It's actually going to block it. It'll leave him a nice little gap that he can work with. Try and materialize something more. Another connected. I'm not sure if it was deliberate for him to get in the way of that smoke, but it's done him a lot of favors. And it'll do his teammates some favors on the retake as well. Demka coming to join the party. But a man disadvantaged. Topa's only got an MP9.
Oh, that doesn't help. I was really hoping that Demka might be the first one to pull the...
Wow, demon,
pull
man.
the trigger. Wow, that is... I mean, it's cool.
He's been
Not so
giving us
much if
these all
you're
day,
on the
right?
receiving end. Yeah, that as well. I mean, he has been hitting some great shots. I mean, this is definitely a great strength for Navi Jr. It feels like every single time they play a map or a series, they will have at least 1 or 2 players popping off. Now, usually you expect the one guy, but on Navi Jr., it could be like 2 or maybe even 3 players. And to me, this is an act of desperation from Passion. We're trying to push middle. You have a good call as well. Demka not able to line up any more frags. And this is where, if you're Navi Jr., after finding this initial frag, you should probably slow down, or better yet, keep on the pace.
Yeah, as Demon takes the contact with the A players, he can be pretty confident that that would have pulled the rotations in a round like this where you have the limited firepower. You do have to get a little bit hasty and try and jump the gun on those rotates, because on a retake, you don't stand a chance. And Passion UA just toyed with here. It's Jacasmo last alive, 1v4. He's got a Deagle, an MP9 on his back, but he wants the hand cannon. Lovely little showcase of movement. But I think that might be all we see out of him, as Navi Jr. will hit 13. A comfortable victory and an incredible showing from the Academy side. Look at that. A sea of yellow. I mean, both logos are kind of yellow, but it's the Navi Jr. yellow to just snatch that one away, right? Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and again, just looking back at the round history, it does feel like, yeah, we haven't seen a lot of close rounds. It still felt like for the majority of the rounds, Navi Jr. just looked super solid on them. And yeah, a 13-6 scoreline to finish it off on Mirage. It's also a bit of a shame that we didn't get to see a lot of opping from Waro on Mirage. We did get to see, Kvem finding some success on that first half, but he was also rather missing on the second half as well. So it's no wonder that we get to see Demon as the MVP, but it could have very easily been, anyone else from Navi Jr. It could have very easily been, Makaze, Krabeni. Again, like, this is definitely the strength of Navi Jr. that once they jump into a match, a best of 3, or even a single map, it just feels like you can always expect at least 2 or 3 players just have almost, just the game of their life.
Yeah, and as you say, there's no particular star. You've got individuals that on any given day can really, really step up, and Demon right there was one of them. I think that was absolutely a team effort, but he gave us some really snazzy shots. Ended up finishing, I think, 16 and 7 as well, a KD of like 2.5, and yeah, it just looked really, really powerful. 104 ADR, no doubt for me, the MVP there in that map, and I hope that can continue, because that was a joy to watch. But as we go into map number 2, as much as that was Passionue's map pick and things don't get easier for them in the series, I do hope that we see some kind of resurgence. 2-0s are not what we want to see here in the semifinals.
Oh, no, absolutely. Especially because I feel like, Passionue, they also have some great individuals on their side. They actually showcase some pretty nice setups, some pretty good systems on that first map of Mirage, and I would love to see some more action out of them on the second map, which will definitely take place. The only question, who is going to come out on top? So guys, we're going to go to a very quick break, and once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you some Ancient. What's up, guys, and welcome back to our second map of the best of 3. And I can't blame you if you missed the first one. That was a pretty quick affair, but something tells me Ancient is going to be a lot more competitive.
Yeah, it's one of those games, right, where you whack it on and then you say, I'm just going to go make myself some food and then I'll come back for the second half. And you come back and we're on a break screen and you're scratching your head. Was there tech issues? No, it was just a really quick game. Yeah, 13-6, Navi Jr. just dispatching of Passion UA on the Passion UA map pick as well. So, as I said before, a little bit of a cause for concern. However, as we go into map 2, it is another one that is very strong for both teams. I said before, there was potential for these sides to either trade map picks or for it to go 2-0 either way, because Mirage is very powerful for both teams. Ancient is very powerful for both teams. I think Navi Jr., yeah, would be expected to have that slight edge. They've actually played a hell of a lot of Ancient recently. 36 maps logged in the last 90 days is, yeah, on the higher end of what I've ever seen. But as I say, for Passion UA, it is also a map they play a lot of. It's a map that they've had a lot of success with. They're actually on a 6-win streak there, and some pretty convincing wins against some pretty good teams as well. Eklot, Sashi, Big as well. All single-digit victories there too. So, you know, 13-3s, 13-5s, 13-9s. We could definitely see this go the other way, but they need to kind of wake up a little bit and activate some of those key pieces. We saw moments from them in that first map, but definitely not enough. And we didn't see enough from Waro either. That's a big win condition here too.
Yeah, those are two pieces that absolutely need to perform for Passion UA, and looks like Navi Jr. might go too. I love pushing Cave on B side. Jakazma now has to hold the line. Waro to K, there we go. Already has a 2-piece in mind. Maybe can go for more, but he's already done his job. I mean, this has to be Passion's round to take. However, Symmetry, they actually find the donut player, and this is massive. They now have access to the A bomb site. A bomb plant is also looking pretty good. Now, of course, this is retake on A side, so the retakes usually go the way of the CT side, but not like this. Oh no, it's a 2v3. Something tells me Navi Jr., you're not gonna give up that easily. They suddenly are back into this round. Top up with a great pickup, tries to go for more. Symmetry with a response,
no.
And now it is all up to Lonesome Demka. Can recover the kit, wins the fight against Symmetry. This round is so back and forth, but maybe the defuse kit will be enough. Makaze.
Oh, what?
Oh no, the footsteps. Oh, what?
Hey, he's back on it in time. It's okay. No, he's got it. He's got it. He's got the kit. Jeez, that comes close, though. I'm very surprised he gets off of that defuse when he does. He would have just had it, but... Wow, very, very good clutch there from Demka. A round that arguably Navi Jr. had no business in winning after that double entry at the start, but and they bring it close. That's a great reaction shot, seeing that from Makaze's perspective. There wasn't a lot you could do there. Bomb plant means there's a decent amount of money to work with those, so some rifles to come out into round number 2. Passion UA, 3 MP9s, 2 M4s, and a desperation to convert a second round. They don't want a repeat of what happened on Mirage.
Yeah, we remember Mirage. Despite Passion winning the first pistol, they ended up losing the second, and then vice versa happened on the second half, and that is a lot of damage inflicted. Then again, Demka in a pretty okay spot, only gets the one. I was so sure in his position he can find way more impact. Krabeni, how is he still alive? Finally goes down. There's Waro with another response, and now Jokes in a very difficult position. He has to take care of the mid player. Meanwhile, you got more players from a side. That's actually a cool shot from Jukes, but eventually it is a round win from Passion, and at least for now, the madness should end.
I don't know, with 3 kills on a bomb plant, it actually wouldn't surprise me if Navi Jr. had another go at this. They have kind of got the money to facilitate it as well. They've been having some success on this A-bomb site, and they feel like, you know, they are just an inch away from trying it again and converting third time. As I say, they will bring it out. 4 Galils, an AK-47. We'll see a better buy out of Passion UA in this one, so... won't be as easy for Navi Jr. Let's see what they can do. Decent early nade damage.
nothing too unsurprising from Navi Jr. taking heaven control. Not going for the early mid play. Instead, they'll be more than happy to keep a few players in elbow and wait for the smoke to dissipate. Allow Krebeni to take a more forward position. And try to find that engagement in Donut. I feel like that is one frag that is pretty key on Ancient. If you're able to find the Donut player, that basically means that, okay, they might be taking Donut control, and if this is a commitment on A side, then maybe we need another player to rotate in. That suddenly makes the B side commitment a lot more doable. And even though Makaza tries to find that engagement, it does not go his way, whereas Jakazmo and Demka, it's a slaughter on B side. No success. Definitely no round win for Navi.
Wow. Okay, yeah. That one's going to be the kicker that... Oh, bless you, Topa. That one's going to be the kicker that acts as a bit of a wake-up call to just drop down to an eco here, though, right? Absolute stomp there from Passion UA. Navi Jr. don't even come close in number 3. So down to the pistols, recognizing the importance of having all the bells and whistles on the buy round. But in the meantime, allowing this CT economy to build up quite nicely. Jukes out on middle. He's made a lot of noise, so they'll know he's around here somewhere. He's tucked in the corner, wants to try and be a nuisance.
But that position should be cleared by the CTs. There we go. Incendiary comes out. There's the double peek. In fact, could have been even a triple at one point. Laurel gets another frag as well, so dismantling the offense. Papa. Doesn't even matter. Double peek, he'll get them both. And what another beautiful round for Passion UA. Now dropping the single player, starting to build up that economy and alongside it confidence. Sure, against pistols, but it still matters. It definitely matters for a team like Passion UA that got their butt whooped on map 1.
Yeah, confidence is key here in map number 2. Build up that momentum, build up that confidence. I think it takes a lot of mental resilience to lose in the fashion that they did there on their map pick and come back with this kind of domination. I mean, it's still early doors. A 4-0 lead doesn't set anything in stone just yet. Navi Jr. come back with a buy of their own. AK-47's out. Lots of util. Kevlar and helmets on everybody. No AWP for Symmetry to contend with Waro, but that's okay. For now, they'll go without. It's Krebeni and Demon who are having a little bit of a slow start to things. Demon, the man who was popping heads left, right, and center on Mirage. Needs to spring to life here. Look at this aggression from A main, though. This could be huge. Oh, Jukes reads it. They surely don't expect
they
this.
Cannot read this one. Yeah, Symmetry is such a great position as well, and I love the fact as well that after securing the initial frag, they're just trying to back away, but timing, it's a little bit awkward, but you can still see Demka is able to stay alive, and Makaze, how has he gotten on side? He just pushes through the smoke, and suddenly, despite the engagements we'd had on A side, 2 defenders still remain firmly on B side.
Timing's just been impeccable here for Passion UA. The second that Navi Jr. confirmed that there were 2 pushed up main, they say, okay, well, let's take some mid control because there's no way there's going to be a donut player. They do exactly that, but they've been chasing their tails this entire round and they still have no idea where these remaining CTs reside. They're worried that one might be in main. It's going to be Demka to take out Krebeni in the meantime. Decent nade damage spams. We'll do that little bit more. But Waro honed in. Ooh, misses his shot. That'll be further information gained. The retake hot on their heels.
The fact as well that they're more or less neglecting Waro right now because they have to focus on the rifles. And 2 big frags, but now it's Demka to try and stay alive. And Symmetry, he knows he wins this fight. All he's got to worry about is Waro, and it's Symmetry to win the round. Oh my goodness. Navi Jr., when things were going down and out, 4v2 A side retake is on, and yet they thrive. That is insane how they managed to pull it off. We gotta look back at the replay. Sure, Makaza able to find some good timing on the push, but then that 4v2, that's where the magic happens.
Yeah, that was something special. Demon with a couple of beautiful kills to get that started as well, playing the off angle over the top of the smoke. Symmetry's 1v2. Holding his nerve beautifully. Navi Jr. It's a little bit of a tricky one, but converting. It's absolutely what they're looking for. Krabeni will trade it back out as well in mid, so they'll take some space, they'll stretch their legs, and pull this back into a 3-on-3 as he'll upgrade into the rifle. Waro missed a key shot with that AWP in the last round. Doesn't want to make the same mistake again here. He's scoped in on the smoke. He might bite off a little bit more than he can chew if they do press through. He should be good for at least one. Timing really everything for him here. Sees the barrel. There's the freebie. Topa in the meantime from behind. And that should just put a lid on things. Krabeni's 1v3. Feels impossible. And Waro plays Ring Around the Roses there in Donut. 5th on the board for Passion UA. And relatively tidy stuff.
Gary, this is a really great change-up from Passion. We saw that in the round prior to this one. What aggressive in A main this round. They play aggressive in middle. They're able to find some really good timings. This one in particular, Waro feeling the pressure that there are players in middle. And the fact that Tapa has the confidence to just move up heaven, able to spot out those two players, that's when it starts to get disastrous for Navi Jr. They have to focus both on heaven as well as Donut, and that's practically impossible. But that's a super fast play on B side. So far, so good. Waro with a quick response, but Kvem, his frag, might have just won them the round.
They've still got to pull off an unfavourable position. The numbers against them again. And yeah, Makaze's barrel spotted. Krabeni low on health. The drive-by with the Tech 9. And he even hits a dink onto Demka as well. Gets him down to 1 HP. That come a little bit close if he hits... Well, not even one more bullet. If he's a fraction of an inch closer to Demka, that headshot was lethal. And then it's a 1v1 against an AWP. Yeah, all right. Maybe that happens. It'll be a 6th here for Passion, but another very, very nearly recovered situation out of Navi Jr. Another pause called for them. They're realizing that, yeah, they need to work out what's going wrong here. A few too many rounds being lost in this first half. Not doing them any favors whatsoever. And this is supposed to be their best map in the pool. Their most played, their highest win rate. So far, it's not looking like that. Things spiraling out of control quite quickly.
Like the fact as well that they're not shying away. They're taking the tactical pauses. Absolutely, that's exactly what you need. But Navi Jr., I'm pretty sure they still have some ideas. Early smokes come out in middle. Might give a chance for Passion to keep on fighting for some mid-presence. Fem, of course, expecting the early flashbangs to come in. That's why he's got his back turned. Now, more than the flashbangs, there will be players fighting for mid-presence. And Kvem is the donut player, so he will not engage any of these Ts just yet. And you can see Navi's being super methodical in their approach, but do they expect? Yes, they do, that Jacasmo might make this play, but Demon doesn't win the fight.
Walking up. Juice to try and take some space in mid. Interestingly, Passion UA's entire approach to middle has just been give it up, right? Donut smoke goes down pretty much every round. They're not willing to play anybody into Red Room. Just stack up these sites, give them the space, and we're okay with them taking it because we've got one eye watching the flank. Rotation's perfect here as well. Look at Demka's position. This could be big as they start to walk up. Orp will take contact, but the contact is a bullet to his cranium.
Oh, Jacasmo! Just for the last few bullets. And now Krabeni obviously reveals his position, and so he will continue on trying to eliminate both players on B side. This is such a difficult task ahead of him. And now, boom, Jacasmo drops the dead cadaver. 7-1.
Well, this started off very nicely for Passion. Got a little bit sloppy towards the end, but yeah, ultimately holding their nerve, converting things out, 7-1. Just making light work of everything that NAVI Junior throw at them. We've not seen anything too innovative here for NAVI Junior, considering they've called a couple of pauses as well. Nothing's really changed, certainly not the outcome of these rounds. To go into number 9, rifles in play once again for both sides. Waro with an AWP, smoke into elbow. Mikaze has learned not to show any respect to that smoke, because no one plays close on the other side of it. This time it's Demka in Red Room, though. And he's spamming away for the first. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, Krabeni with just the single point of health. And now Navi Jr. almost instantly backed away from middle. Like the fact as well that Krabeni, you know, he's just sticking on the B-bombs and wait, we got it. What's happening? Just walk through the smoke. That will at least keep the players at bay, but look what's happening here in Ace side. Kvem is still very much alive, and Jugs spotted out.
I'm getting not just a little bit of deja vu, but you know, round after round, we're just watching Navi Junior walk into this blender that Passion UA have set up. A third map, almost guaranteed. It's written in the stars here for this to go the distance. These two sides, we're never going to settle it in 2. But is it really going to be 2 lopsided maps? The third has to be closer, surely. Topa trying to play around this smoke. HE does give him a little bit of vision around it, but only momentarily. Molly's rain over. Jacasmo fire at his feet, extinguishes, gets out of there. It's Waro to draw first blood, though. They will take the B site. Chance for a plant hit.
Cosmodarity ballsy play. No! Oh, man. I love the confidence. I love the play. Love the idea, but the execution. Well, doesn't work out. Symmetry, though. Good start, but still so many players to find, and it is just a mission impossible. 9 rounds for Passion UA. What a resurgence on this second map. They've been looking so good, and I feel like Navi Junior, to some extent, you could say that we're just not seeing the same level of teamwork from the squad. And this is a team that, yeah, Navi Junior, they usually kick things off on the T side of Ancient, and they're able to find so many impactful rounds time and time again. I feel like for them, this is probably one of their best maps, let alone one of their best maps on the T side. And that's saying something, with Anubis still being a somewhat preferable map for Navi Junior. Just the one round in this entire half. It's definitely scary moving forward on the second half, and Makaza finally is successful in middle.
A man advantage could certainly go a long way here in their pursuit of a 9-3 half. It's what they were able to deliver to Passion UA on Mirage. They might not even get given such a luxury here. Symmetry working his way up with that AWP. They'll press into Red Room, clear the candles. Demka smoked off. He's actually going to play in front of it. Deploy one of his own, but Symmetry round the edge of it. We'll pick him apart. Second head spotted. Krabeni strips it off his shoulders. And Navi Junior just slowing it down a little bit here, working quite nicely for them. Everybody winning their individual fights, and Demon looking for one of his own. Now, this is brilliant. Could even go for a knife hit. Go on. You know you want to. Nah, okay. All right. Fine.
Yeah, that was the smart play, though. I feel like, you know, If there's a player you probably want to knife, Waro is definitely one of them. Casmo, I think we have been seeing some crisp headshots this entire best of 3, it feels like.
I think that's the thing with these two rosters, right? You do have, especially for Jacasmo, for example, he is that sort of last standing player from that original Passion UA lineup of the superstar youngsters. They have a lot of mechanical skill on the server right now. A lot of 17, 18-year-olds that are able to just tap heads. 9-2, though. Looking for a third, and NAVI Jr. as they'll bomb out again. A lot of early util damage dealt. Makazi down to 32. Hasn't even seen anybody yet. Just bombarded with the airstrike and A's down mid. All of the smokes deployed early. They'll start to work their way up.
Powerful position here for Makazi, and you can see the CTs, they want to regain control of Red Room. Makazi timing's everything. Oh, it actually jukes to get that frag, and now Kabam knows there's another player close by, but has no idea how close Makazi is. Oh, that smoke is gone. And right now, I feel like that wraparound on the B bomb site is on the table. It's just that Makazi doesn't seem to be aware of how close Kvem actually is.
Makazi around this corner. Yeah. This is tough because he wants to make a move. He's the one that needs to try and take some space. In doing so, he would expose himself to Kvem instead. Kvem wants to take matters into his own hands. Find the kill on his own terms. Krabeni doing the same. Demko and Waro caught with their pants down. Twiddling their thumbs on the A-bomb site. Getting a little complacent. They'll be punished for doing so. And it's Kvem and Topa on the retake. A 2v3, unfavourable. Neither with a kit. One flashbang in terms of the util, but the final round of the half, of course, they'll have a go at it. It's a dink connected, but no cigar asymmetry returns the favour. It's all onto Topa. Sprayed down by Krabeni. A third on the board for NAVI Jr. It's absolutely nothing to brag about. It's a terrible half, but all things considered, at 9-1 down, it is the best recovery that they can hope for. And a good bit of teamwork there. It's a nice angle. Thank you, Wanda, for the cams on that one. It's good to see how that unfolded. From Makazi's POV, it was just chaos.
And it's a sad sight, to say the least. Makazi, one player that is usually out there, you know, opening up rounds for NAVI Jr., having a difficult one. It was great to see that, you know, some of his other teammates were able to step up, you know, like Krabeni having some good moments as well, but no one really having a stand-up performance, let's say, on this first half. But maybe they'll have a chance on the second half, just like our viewers have a chance to win something nice, and that is going to be an AK-47 Nightwish. Going for Helksign, so congrats with the win. And if you also want to participate in the lovely giveaway, be sure to type an !mark Galaxy in the chat for your chance to, I don't know, sure, win an AK-47 Nightwish. Might be a Violet Daimyo, or might be a knife. Who knows? I don't.
Yeah, me neither. The pot of chaos, the luck of the draw. NAVI Jr. need a bit of luck to go their way as we go into round number 13. Stacked up on the B site as well, really rolling the dice with this round. We did see, you know, after that 9-3 half on Mirage, Passion UA were able to win the pistol and a couple of follow-ups, and it went 9-6, and it felt very plausible at that point. It was only the fact they started losing the buy rounds again that things went wrong. Krabeni, 8th time the charm, traded back, but yeah, better start here for NAVI Jr. They're hitting their shots.
Wow, that is unexpected. I'd like to see victory at this point. Bomb being dropped. Krabeni able to land a sick headshot. He was just tapping away. And the fact that the player just still walks into his bullet was pretty insane. I did not expect that from Passion UA. And admittedly, the stack on B side, 4 players, leaving Lonesome Jukes to keep a close eye on A side was actually the right call. And I guess we could see, yeah, the replay of exactly that. Krabeni just Tapping away. Boom, Waro. That's got to be a frustrating fight to lose. Whoa. Emka.
Oh.
Shirtless. Hey, yo.
Yeah, we've had this a few times recently. Things are heating up. It's springtime. Players got to get the guns out. Jugs on the site. Pistols to come his way. Should be able to just make light work of this. He's by himself, though. Got to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed. He'll use this box as leverage, but yeah. Too many targets to choose from, so he'll just do a little bit of damage onto all of them. And no kills onto any. It's the FAMAS to follow up. Makazi cleans house. 4 kills for him. 2 casualties. Not great, to be honest, if you're NAVI Jr. They wanted to keep that a little bit cleaner, but the round is the most important thing, and they will convert it.
It's as well another awkward position where if you're a player like Jugs, you get to see so many players come your way, and you're able to sprinkle some damage on every single one of them, but not a single frag. And so, on some level, it should be easier for your teammates to just swoop in and get the remaining frags, but then there could also be the problem where just because they have the manpower, that's enough to take control. This time, though, Kvem able to find a great early frag symmetry with just a lucky shot on one. That does mean the A-bombs that is ill-defended, and Symmetry will keep on spraying, but Passion at least have control of the bomb set, and now this is a game of timing in which Makaze, sure, he gets top up, but that's also the bomb now going down on A.
Demon. Walks straight into that one. The waiting crosshair from Jacasmo to seal the deal for 10 rounds. NAVI Jr.'s comeback is short-lived. And, well, into round number 16. They'll have a little bit to work with, but it really does feel like they're scraping the bottom of the barrel with this bite. Couple of Deagles, MP9 for Mass on Jugs, and 4 for Makaze. Not very much utility, no kits to work with. The lack of helmets won't be problematic, but Demon's lack of Kevlar will be. They've completely left the A site again. All their eggs into one basket here, and it's a good start from Kvem.
Just individual follow-ups, but nothing major for NAVI Jr. Yeah, but they do have the players on B side, and it looks like Passion, he can still slow things down. Return for some mid-control. Krabetti able to find a great headshot on one. Expecting more to come his way. Oh, the Deagle just not the best choice up close, and now you could see they're expecting Demon to be by his lonesome on B side. Whereas Passion, they can have just full control, go wherever they want. And the scary part is as well, this was a hefty purchase from NAVI Jr., banking on the fact to try and win this round, and now 11 is looking inevitable. And the upcoming one should also be an eco, so those 12 rounds for Passion UA are looking mighty possible.
Yeah, it felt that way. Seen so many crazy comebacks here in MR12 recently. Jacasmo just realizing that that rifle has disappeared, and that's not normal. So that means that there's someone lingering around here somewhere. It takes a little bit too long to clear it. So Demon's managed to slip the net. He will still have to take a gunfight. He walks into Waro. Won't be able to even fire off a shot with that one. So 11-5. Tidy stuff. Passion UA, a hop, skip, and a jump away from closing out their opponent's pick of Ancient, bringing us to a third and final decider. That's where things will really heat up. Anubis should be an exciting game.
Yeah, that third map should definitely deliver. Even right now, Passion UA, I mean, this is exactly what they needed, the confidence to keep on playing and making sure NAVI Jr. is starting to have doubts about their performance, about their ability to even close out this best of 3. Look at how convincing Passion has been. Sure, a few slip-ups here and there, MK with the AK. There we go. Just a clean sweep. Not losing a single player. 12 rounds for Passion. And now Navi Jr. Absolutely active weapon to this one. And admittedly, the purchase is looking rather weak. Again, on this map, probably you can skip, let's say, the defuse kits. Focus more on utility. But just the 5 rounds is really not enough for Navi Jr. And I wouldn't be too surprised if you might see, some acts of desperation this round. Just some individuals trying to go and look for early frags. Instead, though, this is somewhat of a slow round. Actually, we're not seeing a commitment from mid. Just some nades being deployed. Oh, this is interesting now. Look at this. Flash on A side. Demka is able to find the opener. There's still one more player here for Makaza, but he has no idea how quickly they're moving up. And I feel like that's it for this map. What else can they do?
Probably not a whole lot. Grabenic will confirm that with his swing and a miss. Symmetry will trade it, but 4v2, retake, an impossibility. No kit, one smoke, and into the Mach 10 they will go. It'll be Topa to finish it off. And 13-5. Wow. I wasn't really expecting that, I'll be honest. I said before that 3 maps felt like an inevitability, but jeez, a 13-6 from Navi Jr. on the Passion UA map pick, a 13-5 from Passion UA on the Navi pick. This has been a roller coaster of a series so far, and I really don't know what to expect as we go into that decider.
And it's also great to see that some of the players we were highlighting able to step up as well. Like, a shout out to Krem, but surprisingly, Tapa had a pretty good game coming into this second map. Able to find some good impact. But for me, the most surprising factor is, well, Navi Jr. I was quite surprised that players did not hit their stride, and some of them were clearly struggling in this map. I guess a good example would be someone like Makazi, the one player that is usually going out there first, making space for the team, and then we could see some of his other teammates like, Krabeni, Jukes, able to find impact. But here, Makazi didn't really have a lot of success on this first half, and then later on, second half, sure, they win the pistol, but apart from that, I guess, early abbreviation, just nothing being done in that second half as well. It's satisfying.
Demon has this huge fall from grace as well, doesn't he? He goes from being this superstar on map 1, where he was just absolutely farming, to being right at the bottom of the scoreboard on that one. I think he finished with about 5 kills, and yeah, it was disappointing from him there. So, as I say, I'm really not sure what is in store for that decider map, but it is going to be Anubis. It should be a blast. I think Knife Round will actually come into play a little bit. Who gets to start off on their T side should be a bit of an advantage in terms of the historical advantage. Navi Jr. are a little bit better there on Anubis, but with what we've seen just now and Passion UA's momentum, maybe things will even out a little bit. That's going to take place in around about 10 to 15 minutes though, folks. So go grab yourself a drink and a snack. Get back here after the break, because you definitely do not want to miss this one. And see you all very soon.
Well, folks, looks like we finally have a game on our hands. The first map, yeah, that was pretty one-sided. Second one as well, but the third one, as should be part of the course, I feel like it's going to be way more competitive than what we saw before. My name is Sir Danny. I'm joined here by M&J, and well, I was quite surprised, you know, Josh. I was really surprised by how well Passion UA was able to play on that second map of Ancient.
Yeah, me too, actually. They really got that ball rolling nicely from the get-go, and they just used that momentum to keep carrying them forward. Navi Junior seemed, I'm not going to go as far as to say a little bit lost, but it didn't look like their staple map at all, did it? It's sort of round after round. They didn't really have the answers, and we saw multiple pauses called and no real change-up afterwards. So, yeah, it didn't seem like the Navi Junior that we saw in map 1 at all as we come down to this decider. As I say, think it's definitely anyone's game for the taking, and Passion UA are the ones with the momentum. Knife round is going to be a factor as well. Whoever gets to start off on that T side should have a little bit of an advantage, but we'll see how things go as we kick things off with our third and final map here. The decider between Navi Junior and Passion UA to see who is getting knocked out and who is taking that first spot in the grand finals. It'll be taking place tomorrow. Ooh. I think it was Passion to win. Yeah, it was Passion to win the knife round. All right. They'll be kicking off on the T half.
No-brainer. I feel like that's the go-to for a lot of teams in World Counter-Strike. And this is also pretty interesting that the last time around, both of these teams actually met on Anubis. Navi Junior was able to snatch away the victory 16-14, but that was also the days when Passion UA had zero fix in the roster, had a pretty okay performance on the map, but that was actually Jacasmo who was carrying his team with 31 frags. Now, I feel like Jacasmo can be quite happy that he has Voro as his teammate, so he can definitely alleviate some of that pressure from Jacasmo's shoulders. And now, Passion definitely slowing things down to a crawl, and this is actually working out super well for them. We'll have control of middle. Jacasmo has managed to spawn out Makaze, and this is where the players in the middle, I mean, they don't really have to commit anywhere. They could just wait and hope that someone like Symmetry might make a mistake. There we go. Voro is able to snatch one. Kwem with a great response, and now it is just Lonesome Jugs on A side. They have done a really good job at isolating these duels. And Passion should take this round, no problem, but Jugs is able to find the first, no more than that. And a bomb plant is looking good for Passion.
Yeah, they'll tap that in, no problems. Demon left for the 1v3. He was quiet there on map 2. And he looks to try and make some noise here on Anubis. P2K in hand, 3 to find. He has the information on only the one. Now a second, but running out of bullets, running out of time, and running out of options. The air supply cut off. Kvent picks up his third of the round, and well, Passion UA get off to a good start here as well.
Love the fact as well that Kvem is able to find those free frags. You know, he needs to come alive for this team as much as anyone else, sure, but you got to keep your eye on Kvem and Voro. I feel like these two players should find a lot of success on this map. Also, the one thing I definitely want to see, Voro and the sniper rifle. I feel like Anubis is a really solid map for a T-side opera, and I'm even of the opinion that at times, it's even doable to rock the double AWP setup on T-side. Not this time, though. Oh, this time.
Oh, all right.
Let the rifles do all the talking.
HE got 3 as well. As it comes.
That too.
2-0. Navi Jr. not wanting to mess around with that. Get that second round out of the way. Get back in with the guns. Look at that though. Slam dunk right in the middle. Blows them their separate ways. A1S is out across the board here for the defense then. And well, I like that prod from Demon. Big kill, but a lot of damage taken back from the Flames.
I had no idea so much damage will be inflicted upon them. Right now, that's a very weak middle. In fact, I like the changeup from Navi Jr. Despite early on them contesting mid, they might even push out of water. Maybe even outside B is the possibility. This is exactly what you want to see out of CT side, that the CTs, they constantly need to push and probe, look for opportunities. And speaking of which, though, looks like Passion has found an opportunity of their own. Jukes now not really having a lot of intel, might actually get himself a good frag on Waro, unless it's actually Krebeni to do it first. And the problem is, no one's in water, so they will not anticipate this to be the A play, but we have seen Passion UA just sneak through mid. They're taking their sweet time, so Jukes might have a glimpse, an idea of what's happening, that in fact the remaining players are nowhere else but on the A side.
He knows that this is a possibility, but he won't be dead set on it until that smoke goes down. Then he can start to call in for the rotations, but it is a really poor smoke. Demka, oh wow, realizes it. I like that bit of due diligence, saying there's probably one behind it, and he's probably going to try and get a bit of a sight line around the right edge. So Jugs is dropped. Still a man advantage here for Navi Jr. on the retake, but no kits. They need to speed this up, Danny.
Gotta move in quickly, and Demka able to find another big frag. They're stopping to chime in, and of course, it is your man, Chikasmo, to find the final few frags in Passion UA. What a sick victory for them, and you gotta realize this as well, that yes, as they take middle control without any of the CTs pestering them, you saw that the players take A side without really deploying any of their utility, their mollies, their smoke grenades, and we saw how crucial they were in the post plant, because once they get that bomb planted, that's when they can release all their smokes, all their Molotovs, and that stalls the push from Passion away. That's when some of the players start pushing through, the smokes, looking at the edges of them, and that is a crucial victory to take. A good start is exactly what Passion UA needs.
Over. Forced back by the smoke. It is just pistols here for Navi Jr. And stacked up into a main. An interesting approach, hoping that Passion UA might just walk into their mouse trap. Flashbang will go. That'll keep him busy. Might just force one back. Could be in for a nasty surprise. But he's just trying to sell a fake here. He's not going to be pushing into A main anytime soon.
And we can see on the back of it, NAVI Jr. feeling pressure on B side. This will prompt the A main defenders to just walk on out. Of course, they won't find anyone from behind because you have Waro with the sniper. Unless someone like Symmetry gets dangerously close to Waro, but he'll make sure that is not a possibility. And so Passion will take control of this round, will get themselves round number 4. A clean victory is exactly what they need. But right now, if you're Navi Jr., I don't feel like you should start sweating right now. But this would be a good opportunity to take, a tactical pause to have that discussion, because in terms of their approach to this map, I feel like the approach, from a theoretical side of things is looking pretty good. They're pushing, they're probing, they're looking for these engagements. but I feel like, yeah, that previous gun round was maybe a bit too unlucky for them. You know, not keeping a close eye in middle was definitely the main factor that cost them this round. My question is, though, are they willing to keep on playing aggressive? I feel like they should.
Yeah, if it'd fix it. Right now, Passion UA are on one hell of a streak, right, riding the high of that second map. Keeping the ball rolling here in the third. Demon, the man with the kit, the rest on the rifles. Symmetry's got an AWP to work with as well. Passion UA. They've got the winning recipe. And they're just going to bake it up again, put it in the oven. Decent damage onto Clem with the nade, but it's the first pick going the way of Waro. Scripenny a little slow to the trigger. Mid-control gained, man advantage. This is looking good again for Passion.
Yeah, look at Jukes. Very precarious position. Kvem gets the frag on Symmetry. Now Jukes, he has to keep a close eye on main, but he will find at least a second here in sight. Making it look a lot more interesting than it probably should, because with Waro securing that frag, you know the round has come to an end. As Demon has been struggling these past couple maps. Now, yeah, just walks into Waro's embrace and fire rounds for Passion, man. This is turning out to be a really solid first half for them. And again, this time it is another mid play coming out from Passion. This time I like the fact that NAVI Jr. do keep a few more players on A side, but once they take the side, this is where Waro is just delivering the lethal blow. Man, 5 rounds already.
Should be a 6th here as well. Just the 5-7s out for NAVI Jr. We have seen these 5-7s be quite potent in this series so far. Go back to Mirage on that B site. Passion put them to good use right here. They're dealing that damage again, but Demon's low. Jacasmo looking to try and trade things back out. It's actually Krabeni to find another, but look at that awareness. And the crisp one tap from Jacasmo, trying to keep a lid on things here. Those who'll be under pressure under the next couple of seconds. Molly to go close. That should actually land a tag. Gives him the warning call. But only good for the one. It's Demka left with the clutch.
Yeah, this is now mega awkward because you could see that Krabeni, he's got a very powerful position in T-spawn. And they should not expect anyone from middle. If anything, they have a good read. Symmetry's keeping a close eye on the B side itself. But Demka has to be so careful. And the smoke is about to fade. And you can see that Krabeni, he just cleared out middle. So if there's one area of the map they will focus on, it's going to be B side. Demka with a great pickup, but he is so low HP. 30 seconds, though, just enough time to recover the bomb. And I feel like Krabeni is doing a fantastic job in this round, not directly engaging with Demka. And you know, Demka, he's expecting the player to be in the smoke. He knows he's got to be somewhere close by, but he is wasting valuable time.
This is actually played to perfection by Krabeni. Now with 5 seconds left, Demka's even going to go for the plant that he thinks is safe. But Krabeni, the snake in the grass, will poke out and bite the ankles of Demka, grab that AWP and convert a much-needed round for NAVI Jr. at a time that we just truly do not expect it. Yeah, you can't blame Demka in that 1v1. It looks a little bit foolish from our rose-tinted goggles, right? Seeing him just fighting ghosts there in A main for 30 seconds, but that's the logical play. That's what you're thinking Krabeni's doing. Just doesn't end up being the case. Round number 7 we go.
There we go. That's also the great thing. The CT side of Anubis. The CTs can find a lot of good impact with the nades they chuck out. Nade damage and molly damage as well. Softening up someone like Waro and Top, it's not bad. But it's also not the end of the world for someone like Waro who is on the sniper rifle. They have already used a fair amount of utility, Navi Jr., without really gaining much out of it. But hold up. Moro was able to find a good frag, and now this gives them an entry on A site. Symmetry goes down. And again, they have full reign of the bomb site, and Navi Jr. this time, no attempt at the retake.
Oh no. The short-lived successes of the last round is actually a carbon copy of what we saw in that first map of Mirage, right? Remember, Passion UA won a round with the 5-7s. It felt like maybe the start of something more. And then instantly just went back the other way. A cruel reminder that little pocket plays like that don't scream consistency and rarely strike twice. Demon, yeah, begging for mercy, won't be shown it. This is brilliant from Passion UA. An incredible resurgence after losing their map pick.
I like the fact as well, Passion, they're so explosive on this map. I don't think we've seen a single round where they way down the clock to 20 seconds, then make a commitment. No. Passion is more than willing to keep on fighting for some early map presence. And in some cases, they're more than happy to execute on a bomb site with just 50 seconds or maybe a whole minute remaining. This time, though, another of those instances, a fast play on the side, but Demon and Symmetry have already done a great job to try and stall the incoming onslaught of players. Now the question is, with Passion having so much time remaining, do they even want to continue pushing B side? They still have a great chance to explore opportunities elsewhere. Asmo tries to go for a bit of a spray. Yeah, this is a bit awkward right now for Passion. Do they go? Or do they back away? Now with that frag, that changes the tide of this round.
It's it into a 3v3. It was winnable, but positioning here, these next duels taking place, be absolutely crucial. Waro on the angle, AWP looking to win. The Battle of the Titans does see the jump spot. I think Symmetry might have spotted Waro there as well. That smoke just gives them a little bit of leverage. They can try and play around the left side of it. Flashbang out, won't blind Symmetry. But a refrag in time puts it back into a 2v2. 18 seconds left. Sloppy spray. Waro still comes out on top. Symmetry has to swap to the pistol. And 7 rounds on the board for Passion UA. It all falls apart at the seams for Navi Jr. They had all the pieces in the right places, but no one winning their gunfights.
Yeah, this is awkward, especially for a player like Makaze to not win a gunfight when a player is just pushing out a smoke like that. That is something I did not expect from his caliber of a player. And as we saw as well, I mean, the player that was in connector, I'm surprised they simply doesn't time it as well with Symmetry. I feel like that could have been Navi's round to take. They're starting to not only lose rounds, but they're also losing painful rounds. And despite Navi Jr.'s success in online Counter-Strike, I feel like I'm not seeing any silver lining right now.
They've honestly shown us very little to get excited about since map 1. Ancient was a bit of a flop. So far here, very little on Anubis as well. The 1 round converted was a flash into B main and a 5-7 push. It's such a 50-50 play, but Makaze makes me eat my words. It's a beautiful little information prod into Canals. He ends up with 2. A chance to perhaps convert a second round here off of the back of it. They need to make sure they do so.
Yeah, this is Symmetry's kill to take. No worries. Jacosmo might just be pushed here by Demon. Makaze? Oh. All right, that's at least one good pickup for Jacosmo. Not enough to win the round, though, so that's a good recovery, you know. I was just talking crap about Mikasa, that he's struggling, and now he ends the round with 3 frags to his name, so he needs some of that confidence, and you can see Passion Away, despite them winning, instantly taking the tactical pause. I respect it. They've realized that Navi Jr. right now, they're on the ropes. The worst thing you can do is to install more confidence for the remaining players, because remember, Anubis is still more of a T-sided map. And if Navi Jr. is able to, let's say, end the half with 5 rounds to their name, we could still have a very competitive map and a very competitive half.
Yeah, this is not quite hit that point just yet, but Navi Jr. knowing that 4 rounds would suffice, 5 would be a good half. And the door is still open for it, but not when you're whiffing shots like that. Krabeni had the right idea. I liked the aggressive prod, but everybody whiffing their lines. The gunfight's lost, and that's what ends up crumbling them here. Just when it felt like they've been thrown a lifeline, they get kicked back to the dirt. The money not looking great, but if 2 players can survive, there'll be enough for a buy in the next. It's going to be 8, though, for Passion. They just keep limiting Navi Jr.'s options.
Exactly, and you take a look at someone like Jukes as well, really not finding a lot of impact in this half. Oh, and no AK being saved as well. At least the AWP might just be saved. Still pretty good for Navi Jr. Question is, though, on the back of it, did he really want to go for a purchase? Looks like they can, after all. Symmetry will just drop an M4. All in all, it's not a bad purchase, by all intents and purposes. Now the fuse gets to work with, not the end of the world. Those plans haven't really gone the way of Navi Jr. But man, oh man. At least, I mean, with the sniper rifle in the hands of Symmetry, I'd love to see him play just a bit more aggressive. I think we are seeing some aggression outside B. It's a good attempt, right, Demon, but where's the backup? No WP, no flash, no nothing. This is an act of desperation in my book.
It's felt desperate for a while now. So, but, oh no. That's a little sloppy. Jugs will take advantage, but traded right back. Demka ready for that mid-prod to activate. Jacosmo relayed the information. He loses his fight. And this might just fall into Navi Jr.'s hands if nobody's converting. And it's all onto Krem's shoulders. Finds the first head. With a minute on this clock, Mikaze. Unknown incognito from the CT spawn. Big swing. Mikaze's there to follow up. 3 kills from him. And honestly, not a round to be proud of, but one to exhale a sigh of relief that they get it over the line.
It's starting to become a usual occurrence that if Makazi is able to find 3 frags, then suddenly Navi Jr. win the round. Now, that has been basically their recipe for success, and it has been that consistent. Right now, they're still in an okay position to maybe get themselves 4 rounds, and looks like Jacosmo has a good idea of what's happening. We're seeing the aggressive play, but Jacosmo, oh, he gets them both, and maybe that solidifies the round. With no 2 defenders on B side, Navi Jr. really have to spread the defense, and look at Jacosmo, he just keeps on pushing. Wow.
Wow.
Okay. GG for this one.
We have seen 9 threes in every single half so far, Danny.
Yeah.
Neither team have been able to surmount much of a comeback. It's been a bizarre series. Navi Jr., to be honest, lucky that they even ended up with 3. It was a 5-7 round to get their second. It was a scrappy recovery to convert their third. It's Vladik again. Man, this guy was winning last season. I think he's had a couple this season as well. And an A1S Emphosaurus. Congratulations, my friend. You know the drill. This guy's an expert.
I mean, he's got 7 in his name. 7's a lucky number.
Yeah, maybe
You know,
that's it.
I think all of that adds up.
I thought you were going to say
Sort
he's
of
won
looking
7
at
times. I was like, you're keeping track? But no.
Nah.
A lucky number makes sense.
Do you have a lucky number? I'd say mine is actually 7. I realized that number 7 was... I mean, it constantly follows me. I mean, living on the 7th floor. My birthday is on the 27th.
Ah, okay.
All adds up.
That makes sense. No, that makes sense. Mine's always just been 16 since my birthday. But look, I was like, oh god. Man, I should be able to make something work it. A couple of missed shots for the USPs, and seems like the round might just go the other way. Dukes will pick up another. There's not a whole lot to save here, so you might as well have a little prod at it. Demka with the Julies and Kevlar, sort of in the back of his mind, entertaining it perhaps, but jump on that bomb, put the pressure on, allow the spam. If Demka can kill the con player, there is a world. The problem is that lack of kit will just cause so many issues. As Mikaze drops another, Demka might just want to pull the plug. In fact, that's exactly what he'll do. Run away with these Julies. Whether or not he's allowed to hold on to them is another question. They are in hot pursuit right now. But feeding the beast might just be a way to up his confidence. A couple of kills out of him. NAVI Jr. at least will convert a 4th. And yeah, a lifeline. A very thin lifeline for them to work with here. You know, speaking about numbers, though, you know, something super interesting. So, you know how everyone has 1337? Like, it's like a gamer number, right? It's Elite Clan. It's, you know, OG gamer number. So I was actually born at 1337. It says it on my birth certificate. How crazy is that? In the afternoon. I was born to be a gamer, Danny. This was all written in the stars, set in stone. Before I could even talk.
I mean, that does sound like pure gamer aura.
Yep. I've left him speechless.
Oh. That is... Wow, I was kind of hoping the CTs might have more frags in this round. Able to find something through the smoke, but apparently not. It's the Magdadio. Crabbenny. Needs to get that confidence in, for sure. Go out there. Farm those easy frags. Rack up the dollar. Demka. Not even close.
Alright, well, talking about recurring themes in this series, this has been a recurring theme as well. All 3 maps, we've seen a 9-3 half, then the losing team have won the second half pistol, giving us a little mini comeback of 2 or 3 rounds, and then, from that point forward, have not won a single round until the end of the game. Let's see if history repeats itself. NAVI Jr. with the pistol and the follow-up, looking to try and close the gap further. Demon will send it out with a MAC-10, 1-for-1. Not too bad for the SMG, but the numbers whittling. Bomb has to go down. And Demka's found another head through those clouds to a 4v2 post-plant situation for NAVI Jr. to hold on.
Oh, they just keep on spamming and getting every single frag, it feels like. That is all up to Lonesome Jukes. Oh man, this is where it's impossible to win this round with 4 players aiming at your head. There's going to be just enough time on the defuse as well. So, Passion UA, big win for them. I was quite surprised as well, like how many frags they just found through the smokes without even really seeing the T's. And at least on the T side, they do get that bomb planted. They can reinvest, and I guess no surprises, we get to see a sniper rifle here in the hands of Symmetry.
Do we see anything more out of NAVI Junior? They were playing a bonus in the last round, and those bomb plants have done them some favors in terms of the economy, so the cash is there, and the rifles will come out. Smoke into main. Juice wants to try and play through it. No, perhaps not. Just sat behind for now. Minute 30. Left to tick. Passion UA 3 away from the finish line. 3 away from bagging themselves a spot in the grand finals. Against all odds as well. They were coming into this series as the underdogs for sure. They're well on their way. Mid control given up. Makaze breaching further.
That's actually a pretty sick position for Makaze as well. He said Fenders. Oh, Jugs, that's a sick opener, Tapa. It's a good thing he's close by, but he's just not able to find the impact that's necessary. And even though they had the players on side, that just wasn't enough. And Jacosmo, oh, he might actually get himself some amazing timing. He gets the one.
Oh.
No way! Oh, man, Symmetry. How is he able to react that fast? And now Woro might be able to pull this one off. Still, it's a 1v2. Knows that there has to be at least one player inside it. With that smoke now being faded, Woro wins the fight against one. Knows that the Opera is close by, and it's Woro to win the round. Beautiful jumping jacks. He's been putting in the effort. It looks like he'll have just enough time with the defuse, and yeah, wipes away the sweat from his brow. That's an intense round.
That is unreal. 11 on the board for Passion UA. I love the play. The trigger discipline. To not fire off the shot onto the AWPer straight away. It was the right idea, but unreal reactions for Symmetry's shot. And Woro holding his nerve in the clutch, of course. This guy's a hardened veteran. Doesn't break a sweat in those situations. So 11 rounds obtained, 12 on the horizon. Navi have very little to bring into this round, but it's a full investment nonetheless. Pistols on 4, Mac 10 on 1. Jacosmo here to try and defend this 4. It's a big kill for the first.
Cosmo is up close. How does he not get that frag? Oh, Makaze. With the Tech 9 of all weapons, Kvem is super close by. Come on, he will get himself. Oh, keeps on spraying. That was... I mean, it's good that he's able to find at least the first, but a scrappy round to say the least, and now it's all up to Symmetry. Might try to win this fight against Woro, but if Woro comes out on top, and man, that was... I was really hoping that should be a clean round for Passion to take, but they had to fight for it, and eventually they do come out. Man, Woro, Jacosmo, and Kvem have been playing lights out on this map.
They really have.
This.
Woro, 20 kills, and yeah, I just love the confidence on him right there. The way that he's walked through that smoke to... I guess the intention was to deny the plant. He wasn't quite there quick enough, but pulls it into a 2v1 in their favor regardless. Major advantage in that gunfight. 7 in a row needed then for Navi Junior. The bomb plant will allow them to buy some weapons alongside the lost bonus. And a whiff shot from Woro, just as we were singing him the praises. Well, Symmetry to draw first blood. So a man advantage as Navi Junior look to, for now, just prolong this game. Give them a few rounds and maybe they'll be playing for overtime.
I can still see that as a possibility. MK and Kvem have a pretty good setup here in middle. The problem is, a lack of utility means Navi Junior just have to go for the fights. And Makaze, he's definitely a capable player, goes in for the jiggle peek, then swings out wide. And Demka has no idea there's a player right behind him, but no worries, Symmetry's close by. I feel like they've actually pulled it off, Navi Junior. They'll get that secured bomb site plant. Once some Topper remains. And for Passion UA, yeah, they could definitely lose a few rounds for them. It's not that big of a deal, but Navi Junior winning these rounds matters oh so much, and well, Topper's position has been compromised. Double peak. Round win.
Feels like perhaps too little too late, but I'll stay optimistic. I'll keep an open mind for now. 6 in a row needed for NAVI Junior. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen it. Money's kind of all over the place here for Passion. 3 rounds in a row that they won came incredibly close, required clutches. And lots of casualties, so it's an eco with a hero warp. I'm not the biggest fan of this, to be honest. Warrior down to $1,250 in the next round, won't be able to reinvest that sniper, so either needs to win the round and close it out here, or hold on to it for the next. See what they can do with this.
Surprised as well, we're not seeing Boro as the first point of contact. Right about now, it's basically round over for Passion. All they can do right now is just hope to save that sniper rifle of Boro. If they can somehow maybe even secure an exit frag out of this. Recover an AK-47. That'd be pretty sick. But all in all, they'd love to keep that sniper rifle in the next round. And even that, yeah, that's not looking likely. Oh, Rekvem. Quick on his feet. Recovers the op. Emka as bait. I mean, that's good. At least Kvem can survive just a little bit longer, but oh no, he's going for the fight. Oh man, I was so sure he's just gonna run away from this with the tail between his legs, all being saved.
That's why I really don't like that AWP buy, right? Now, okay, on the A site, kind of hoping that you play the 50-50, hope that NAVI Junior come into you there, but you're right. Either he needs to be that first point of contact and really take the round by the reins, but of course then runs the risk of being traded. And, you know, unless he makes some crazy hero play, then it's only ever going to be 1 or 2 kills. Or he needs to just save the money and buy the AWP into this buy round, right? Instead, sort of tucking himself away, instantly making the save call once they lose B, but then still running the risk of being hunted. A fool's move, and it will cost them. Just 5-7s here. Crossing through the smoke, though. Waro has found a bit of a timing. Oh, no. No, he hasn't. Kraveni, well aware. Felt a bit of friction in that smoke, but what has just happened?
A second and you miss it. Out of nowhere. From a 5v3, we're down to the 3v2. The 3v1, make it all up to Lonesome Jukes. In a 1v2 tournament live, stays alive as long as Jukes there, but can Toppa pull it off? Looks like Jukes has the awareness of positioning of the final player. 50 seconds remaining. Toppa doesn't really have to commit, but he sees him. Oh, but he doesn't win the fight. Oh man, that could have been it. That could have just won the round for Passion single-handedly. But it's the clutch from Jugs that keeps them alive. And just look at this. Out of nowhere. What? Ow.
Wow. Beautiful 1v3 from Jugs, though. The Lithuanian super talent. Keeping his team afloat after a little bit of a slow game from him prior to that round. Just on 7 kills. Joins his teammates on double digits now. That was huge. 1v3. Wasn't a round that Passion had too much business in winning, but NAVI Junior will be happy to keep a lid on things. Now within 4 of closing this up. Demka playing aggressive. Won't swing too wide, but it'll be Waro to do so instead. Symmetry's AWP starting to hit some nice shots. They take the man advantage.
This is also the scary part of MR12, right? There's still a gap, but it's closing. And it doesn't help that Passion Away have already lost one of their own, a big player nonetheless in the form of Voro. And Jakazmo is more than happy to whip out the noob gun as long as it gives them a victory across the line. And you can see Toppa, he's got intel, lots of footsteps. Toppa's gonna leave that position in dark. Molly comes in, can he get any impact? Does get the one, finds the second, knows there's more players coming out, even a third! So much damage inflicted, giving a chance for Kvem and Demka. Because right now, that bomb plant, not gonna happen, but now it will, and it's all up to Demka.
Toppa the hero that they needed, but do they deserve the space that he bought? Apparently not. No one else able to follow up in that round. It's all Toppers, wasted heroics. Look at this again. This was absolutely clinical. Using that molly as a little bit of leverage, a little bit of space to isolate those fights. But can't stop the NAVI Junior onslaught as they hit 9. Should be double digits to come here. Passion U8 will be back down to an eco. Couple of upgraded pistols, a little bit of Kevlar scattered across the board, but ultimately should be a breeze here for NAVI Junior. You said how cruel, how punishing MR12 can really be. We are seeing it in 4K right now.
$1080p for me. Still
I mean,
to that 1080p monitor.
Yeah, don't worry. FPS is more important. And I don't even get enough of it on 1080.
Oh. I love the fact that we saw just a glimpse of Demka's cam. He's like, no. Yeah,
thought that might work.
Yeah, he sure thought. And in a round like this, why not? Might as well try to push through the smoke, look for some engagements. I'm quite surprised how slow Navi's playing, despite them taking the bomb site, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds ago. Right about now, they get that bomb planted, and they'll make sure not to lose any more players if possible, but that'll be a good recovery for Toppa. At least one AK-47 goes to their arsenal. But all in all, saving the weapon is not top priority. They'll have plenty of money to reinvest here, Passion. But yeah, 12 to 10. Just a few round difference. And Navi Junior, I mean, that's exactly what they need. They win the upcoming round. Perhaps another one. That's it. We're in OT. And I feel like that's where the whole dynamic of this map just changes completely.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, it really can. Slips out of your grasp. Before you know it, you've gone from rubbing your hands together and thinking about that grand finals tomorrow to now thinking, oh god, we might have to play overtime here. Realistically, one buy round separates that. There's a little bit of money left over on Topper, but for everyone else, brought down to near enough 0. So if Navi Junior can convert here, it'll be a scrappy round for Passion in the next. And all or nothing for the final of regulation. Jukes outside of main. Won't toy with Demka just yet. Slower stuff. Kraveni walking through this con smoke. Oh, needs to be careful. He'll run back. Topper would have heard that.
Demka missing the initial shot. Now he knows a lot more players will come his way. But before that, he might try to stall this. Toppa, good timing being found on one. Loads of intel. How does... Wow, it's actually symmetry to eliminate war in that position. And this is where Toppa, he has to go for the peak here. He needs to figure out how many players are coming his way, because his team desperately needs some intel. There we go, gets the first one. Oh, wow. Even the second. Tries to follow up on the third. Can he eliminate Lonesome Akaze? He has done it. The no-scope to finish it off. It is Navi Junior to take the big L, and Passion UA with a massive, massive win.
Wow, that's why I love the player cams as well. Look at Topper's reaction there. He is fired up, an ace with that AWP at close range, having to use it like a shotgun and giving us some Kenny-esque plays there in Connector. What a way to finish when the going got tough. They hold their nerve. Topper propels himself up to the top of that scoreboard as well. Should be the MVP with 93 ADR. What a game from Passion. The reverse sweep after losing their map pick. Navi Junior. A valiant attempt at the comeback at the end, but yeah, just didn't give us enough there, I feel. I'm excited to see Passion UA in the grand finals tomorrow, that's for sure.
Man, this is a squad that definitely deserves it. I mean, they had to go up some really tough opposition in the form of Navi Jr. We know how individually skilled this lineup is. And most importantly, sure, we can talk about the skill ceiling that this team has, which is pretty high. But also in general, this is a well-oiled machine. It feels like even when one of their players seems to struggle, then someone else is able to just jump into the limelight, able to find the frags, able to find the impact. And even when the going gets tough, I always felt like they could sometimes just rely on their team cohesion. Even if one guy goes down, you got a double P coming in. There we go. We can suddenly talk about a 4v4, then take a bomb site, whatnot. And right now, Navi Jr., it felt like they crumbled here. It felt like, on the individual level, individuals were struggling, but it also felt like perhaps pressure is the right word to describe it. It felt like they were not playing that same level of explosiveness as we saw earlier in the best of three.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. A lot of shortcomings there from Navi Jr. What I love to see, though, is just how much Topper wanted that at the end. You think about the rounds that they were on map and series point. Topper found that huge 3k on the B site. We thought that might close it out. His teammates weren't able to follow up and close the round. And then, yeah, just really taking matters into his own hands in that last, getting all 5 and saying, all right, guys, well, if you've all sort of fallen asleep, all right, it's been a long series. I'll take it from here. And yeah, beautiful, beautiful work. So huge congratulations for Passion UA. They will be your first finalists. We've still got to find out who is going to be joining them, though. We've got our second semi-final coming up next. It is going to be ECSTATIC versus TNL. I think this is going to be another really, really cool game that should deliver. ECSTATIC have been on great form recently. They're a very good team. But TNL are on this little Cinderella run. They won a LAN. They've been on boot camp. And I've been very impressed with them as of recent as well. So this one really should deliver too.
Yeah, that's also definitely an exciting best of three to tune into, folks. But right about now, we've got an hour or so in terms of break time. So we'll take a break. You take a break. And we'll be right back with some more Counter-Strike. See you all then.
bands and I flipped it. I keep up with the wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. I keep up with the wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. I keep up with the wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. I keep
What's up there, ladies and gentlemen, and I really hope we have some of the viewers that watched the first best of 3 of the day, but even if we got some new folks, no worries, because the second one should also be a banger to watch out for. And to deliver the action, it's going to be me, Sir Danny, alongside MNJ. And so, yeah, guys, we already had a chance to see the first best of 3 of the day. Really exciting stuff. Especially that third map in particular, though you could say, yeah, it was a bit one-sided on the first and the second map, but all in all, I felt like that best of 3 definitely delivered.
Oh, it really did. And I imagine we're going to have some Ukrainian CS fans watching this one too, hoping for the double whammy and a TNL Passion UA Grand Finals, which would be pretty interesting. But yeah, looking at the TNL boys, they are still on boot camp. They went over to Sweden to play in Lundland. They were then playing a few of their officials here in Galaxy Battle from like a LAN cafe. Now they're at more of a permanent setup, and yeah, it looks pretty fancy. I like the chandeliers, and just generally playing on boot camp always does you a lot of favors. favors, right? That morale is going to be higher, and yeah, you kind of around the clock are not just gelling with your teammates in terms of, you know, in the server, but actually outside of the server as well. And yeah, just sort of building those relations a little bit. For a Static, they've looked very, very good recently, and whilst they're not on boot camp, they are locked in and ready to try and bag themselves a spot in the top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be a very, very interesting best of 3 as well, because like you mentioned there, Josh, I mean, yeah, TNL managed to win a LAN not that long ago. They managed to win against the likes of NIP, Johnny Speeds, and Nine to secure that spot is a first place finisher, and they have been doing some really good stuff in World Counter-Strike. And as a team that kind of came out of nowhere, I mean, I remember back in the olden days, this was probably a year ago, you could see a team like TNL battling out against NAVI Jr. in some of the first Galaxy Battle events, and right now they're basically contending for a grand final spot against ECSTATIC. So definitely a really cool storyline, and of course it is map veto time. So in terms of the maps here, it's also quite interesting to note that both of these teams have pretty similar map pools, especially the fact that both teams are capable of playing Nuke. Though you could say, moving on to that second map, yeah, ECSTATIC don't really have a great track record on Dust 2. TNL seem to be doing a much better job at it, though I have seen ECSTATIC play that map, and I wouldn't say that they don't know how to play Dust 2. I just say that Dust 2 is pretty much 2019 style CS, so it's really not dynamic or anything about the sort. And as the third and final map, Ancient, man, we got two teams that love playing Ancient. I mean, TNL have a 91% win rate on this map, and they have played it 11 times, so that is a pretty amazing track record for them. But I don't know, we don't really do predictions, Josh, but to spice things up, I mean, what are you thinking? What are you thinking about this best of 3? Who should come out on top?
It's a tough one. Both of these teams are actually within one world ranking place of each other. We've got 46th versus 47th, and these two teams haven't butted heads in the past either. Both playing against very similar caliber opponents. Lots of parallels there, but I am going to take a shot in the dark and lean towards TNL for this, but it absolutely could go either way.
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely a best of 3 where it's quite hard to say how it's going to be. I feel like what this definitely should be, it should be a 3-mapper, right? Just because Nuke is a pretty solid map for ECSTATIC. But the fact is, their second map, I mean, Dust 2 is really not a solid one for ECSTATIC. And I feel like TNL, they have loads of experience on it. And it's not just, you know, the win rate they've had these past couple months on the map. They have, in general, a pretty OP Dust 2 team, you know. They have been playing it for a very, very long time. So I feel like TNL should be able to secure that second map win. But when it comes to Ancient, man, oh man, is it so hard to pick who could come out on top on a map that is spicy as that. But I suppose we do have some tech issues here, right? Ooh.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, everyone's still on the server, so it's a good sign. We should be good to go soon. But the way I'm looking at this, right, is this is the ECSTATIC map pick, but it is a map that TNL play, and they play pretty well. They've had some good results there recently against some good teams. They're also getting the luxury of starting off on their CT side, which for them, and obviously for most teams, they do favour that CT side. Even here in Galaxy Battle, they've taken wins against Metasport and Nexus here on this very map, and in that LAN that they won, wins against NIP and Johnny Speeds here as well. So yeah, it wouldn't completely surprise me if TNL were able to upset and win on Nuke. And then Dust 2 as that second is kind of the 1 weak link for ECSTATIC. They're a team that actually play all 7 maps in the pool. They don't really like Mirage, and they don't really like Dust 2. They're a team that have a lot of tactical aptitude, and yeah, it seems like some of those bare bones maps, when you have to play against a team like TNL that are very reliant on just raw mechanical skill, they do falter a little bit. And yeah, that has kind of been their Dust 2 in a nutshell so far this year. So I expect TNL to win that second map, and if they win the first map, then they could even be teed up for 2-0 here. We'll have to wait and see. But we've got more shirtless gamers today, Danny. As I say, it's hot in Europe. Damn
it. I mean, that's not the case for me, man. I got a shirt on. I got a hoodie on, and I'm fine. You know, windows wide open, and it's. Let me check how much. Okay, it's 16 degrees, so it's not too cold. It's not too hot. But I'm personally the kind of guy who loves putting on the hoodie and still having a window wide open.
I also still have a shirt on. We're not there just yet, but maybe it'll come to it. NAVI cracking things open with the first headshot. The Julie's around the corner on ramp, claiming ownership of the trophy room. Fleerax only ends up with one, but his teammates there to follow up. A 4v2 straight off the bat, and it's Sira and Christo to try and recover this sinking ship. NAVI up on top of the heart. It's NAVI to follow up, NAVI to finish off, and TNL, they're first on the board and in a very clean fashion.
Yeah, aggressive stuff early on as well. You got Fleerax here with the dualies. Able to find so much good impact. Had his teammate as backup as well. And usually you do expect the CTs to play just a little bit further back. They have the USPs. But in this case, we saw the dualies up close. Able to find a lot of good damage, and early on, ECSTATIC just not having any comfort to set up for a potential B play. So now it's going to come down to the simple eco. Pistols across the board. Able to find perhaps a single or a few CTs that might be willing to play aggressive, you know, to hunt for frags. Christo, good movement. This gives them the chance to back away in this one, but you got NAVI, you got Karn, you got a really solid setup for TNL. Only dropping the one. By all intents and purposes, this is still a good round in the books.
Yeah, they'll take that. No trouble. Does feel inevitable to get overwhelmed by 4 Glocks there. Even the most composed of players will get overrun in scenarios like that. Round number 3, the rifles will come out for ECSTATIC. TNL playing somewhat of a bonus with the MP9 in play, but they don't have tons of money behind them.
A really slow start in this one, but it's good to see Syra taking some control. Gonna go down secret, and Lonesome Onic is the only defender. Right now in his position, doesn't really have to worry that much. If anything, the outside players might be wondering, wait a minute, is there anyone behind red container? Maybe someone's taking silo control, and this is where a player like Syra won't find any impact as of yet. But now with 50 seconds remaining on the clock, to me the big question is, do they still want to go down to lower bomb site? With them having no smokes to cross safely, it feels like it's a dangerous game, but if instead they're wondering about taking outside control and potentially fighting for... Oh, heaven, this could actually be sick. Look at the position from Karn, though. He's just gonna push through the smoke, and Unlele, completely unaware of it. Still, Nut is able to reply with a big frag, and this is where time is on the side of ECSTATIC.
4v4. 20 seconds left. Yeah, all the pressure is on here for them to make their move, but the second that bomb goes down, that time pressure will be alleviated. The problem is the FAMAS up from heaven. Fleerax knows that they have to commit to the plant. Sira will tap it. Now doesn't have time to win the round. Has to take the duel. And Fleerax, well, he calls the bluff. And Sira comes out on top. A little smile on his face right there. That one came way too close for comfort. And it's just ECSTATIC overcooking things a little bit there. And it very nearly cost them.
Yeah, my big question in that round was, how are they going to activate Syra? Because he had a solid position in secret. The question is, if it comes down to the A play, will he just walk up the vents, or is he in fact part of just making some sort of fake on B side? Instead, he joins the fight pretty late, but now the fight's happening super early on. And sadly, not a single frag for any of the CTs except for Davi. He's the one just racking up all the kills, and the ace is... Oh, come on, Flyrex. Could have given him the ace, but all right. It's a round win. It's a good win, nonetheless.
Somewhat similar to what we've seen, actually, in that first series as well, you know. Like, there's that one-round win. It ends up being super close, but you think, all right, this could be the start of something, and then just right back the other way. No bomb plant or anything there allowed either for ECSTATIC, so a very bizarre buy. TMB's gone for the hero AK. Everyone else is on an eco. No one even has Kevlar to pick it up. It's just a little bit strange. So he's going to try and be the hero, the superstar to win this round. If he doesn't, then he won't have a whole lot to work with in the next. TNL will be 4-1 up and well on their way to close out the half in their favour. Nifty. A nice double entry. Sierra's picked up the AK, but as I say, he doesn't have Kevlar.
No luck for Christo as well. Sarah recovers the AK-47 of TMB. The problem is, though, Nifty's up close. And you can also hear the footsteps, which... Yeah, he's expecting that they might consider going for a save, so no wonder we get to see outside players moving closely. Nifty, I would assume he'll use the ladder to just climb on top of the roof. Before that, though, Sarah might be given a chance. We need at least a single gunfight. Oh, even that's not looking likely. And poor Nut, 5 points of health. No chance in this one. Oh, they actually recovered the AK. That's pretty cool for the CTs.
There's a little silver line in there. Rocking with 3 AKs now, actually, on this defense. Exactly what you want to see for ECSTATIC. A buy out of their own, but as I said before, I criticised the TMB hero rifle, and this is exactly why. Into the gun round, he is on a Tech 9. Him and Analole, and Christu, to be fair. A slow start to this game. Analole yet to put a kill on the board. It's a testament to how clean TNL have been keeping things here. At the start, a nuke. They look to keep that fashion going. No AWPs in play. So it'll be a full rifle scrap. Can close that smoke open. Little sightline. No one crossing to secret for now. That information is about to be outdated. Kasira has slipped his way through.
Monik now waiting chance of his own, expecting there to be at least a single player. Not hoping for the double peek. That nade. Oh, I was so sure it's going to find way more impact, and he's still not backing away. Double peek is way too strong to handle. I'll give a chance for ECSTATIC to take control of lower bomb site, let alone Nifty. Needs to find some sort of impact, and with him going down... Oh, hold up just a sec. Karn found some 2 big frags. The problem is, though, the last 2 remaining players, Davi and Flyrex, just so far away from any possible engagements. I'm not even sure if they should contemplate of going for this one. Well, he can recover the fuse kit. That's the one saving grace. But I feel like, yeah, so many seconds have already passed that it's just not worth it.
Yeah, hold on to these rifles. I said that they've been keeping things pretty clean until now, but that economy is still important for the CTs. It can slip away so quickly with no loss bonus.
Terrorists win.
4-2. ECSTATIC, little by little, clawing their way into this game. There's still plenty of money for the CTs to work with. And Flyrex has finally got that AWP out.
Yeah, that's pretty important. Gonna use it to defend the upper bomb side by the looks of it. I was hoping to see the Opera in outside, but either way, they'll just have Lonesome Nifty to try and hold this super long-range gunfight. Perhaps they'll have someone like Karn in secret. That way, I could respect the setup. Otherwise, I feel like Nifty has almost an impossible time to defend outside. Whereas, yeah, okay, Karn will just keep a little sign secret if anyone attempts to cross. And with the smokes being deployed, that cross is looking almost inevitable. So Karn will check down the smoke grenade, and I feel like ECSTATIC. Oh, what? Oh, you can see from the player cam, he had no idea what hit him.
Yeah, that is a rough way to fall early. But it's a trade back at least. A minute left on this clock. Fleerax and NAVI pushed in. It's Onyx, though, to find another. And with this lobby control, they can now start to pivot. I know there's a chance that one's crept through main. Fleerax, I love the due diligence on that. Swaps back out to the rifle because he knows that it's likely they'll have to retake B. Nut pulls the plug straight up the ladder onto the A site. The plant will go down without resistance, but the retake hot on their heels. It's NAVI to dish out the goods, and Sierra left for the 1v3. Strips the head of the first. NAVI's just going to hold this defuse. There's not even a chance to deny. The whole point of that plant spot is to give you cover from main. But if your post plant is main, then you well and truly screw yourself over. And that's what we see right there. TNL onto 5.
Oh, man, that is just unlucky. I mean, that's the word I'd use. That was super unlucky for Karn early on. But it's a good thing his teammates were able to bounce back. And I also really like one fact that TNL displayed us on this round is that when the round is going the way it did, where ECSTATIC fought for some outside control, they had players going down secret. I am a big fan of the CT side actually trying to go for a lobby crunch, you know, to have players not necessarily from Ram, but let's say you have a player from Squeaky, from HUD, and you just take control of lobby. If for some reason, let's say, the T side would decide, okay, let's forget about going down to lower bomb side, let's go to A side, and you have players coming from HUD and Squeaky, that becomes almost impossible for the T side to just, you know, somehow recuperate their players, hit mini, and then hope to find any success on A side. Unless they have some players in heaven, then sure, maybe it's doable, but otherwise it becomes such a difficult task to try and contemplate of going A side.
Kind of a weird buy again here for ECSTATIC. The money's been all over the place so far, so it is going to be another round with some rifles, but a couple of Tech 9s. Nut and Christu trade out the initial disadvantage that they were handed. And a 5v3 actually becomes a 3-on-2 in their favor. Onyx timing is poor, gets caught out. Fleerax left with it all to do. And ECSTATIC dealt a bit of a rough hand at the start of this round, but somehow recovered it nicely. Fleerax is still going to have a go at this. I like this. 1v3. Yeah, he fancies his chances. Catches one on the cross. Now this becomes a whole lot easier. Knows that there's a chance there's one close. I think he might have just spotted the head. Timing everything. Does he know that Christu's pushed up to the right? Oh my god, Fleerax. This is unreal, but it's Sierra again, the saviour. In the clutch. Just about edged it over the line for ECSTATIC.
I mean, as this round begins, I mean, that was such a solid start for TNL early on. It's a 5v3. And surprisingly, the players that end up dying are the ones outside. I was really hoping they're the ones that should find success. But I would assume they were still trying to, you know, push through the smokes, trying to find some gaps. As ECSTATIC chuck in the wall of smokes to make their way down secret, potentially. Right now, yeah, TNL's economy is busted. Time to whip out the MP9, some upgraded pistols. And as they go for the force buy here, I mean, you know the repercussions. They fail. And it's 4 for ECSTATIC and a potential eco. So you win this one if you're ECSTATIC, and we are talking about a 5-5 scoreline. So a lot riding on this one.
It's been a bad start from ECSTATIC, but their T side, they do have a little bit of leverage. They can afford to lose early rounds as long as they have sort of 5 at the halfway point. They'll be okay for TNL. It's a buy here, but not a whole lot behind it. It's the first time they've really been tested economically. For Mass playing all the way at the back of the CT spawn, expecting ECSTATIC to try and wrap outside. Not going to be the case. Instead, they will try and slip down secret over towards the B side of things. They had success there in the last round, only just. They want to try and run it back.
Really slow round, and maybe for the better. Oh, but it could get risky. NAVI finds a pretty good frag, and now ECSTATIC, this is where committing on the B-bombs, it is the right play. As right now, Onyx still yet to hear a sound cue. Now he knows, might get some good timing. Another frag goes the way of TNL. No defuse to work with, but that nade kill gives a chance for Siren to swing out, but it's Firelax to get a frag, and now Christo and Nut. Not the best positions on the lower bomb site, but it's great to see that their smokes are stalling this one for as long as they can, and maybe no need to stall. He can just win outright. Nut. Massive frags with the back 10. And with Christo getting his as well, you know this round will come to an end. Flyrex will run away and save that AK-47 of his, but man, oh man. I was so sure that ECSTATIC, they're not going to win this one. We saw TNL finding some big frags in the post plan, but it still wasn't enough.
This is where things will now close up by the looks of things. Flyrex has saved AK. Shouldn't have too much to say in this next one. Yeah, again, it's good damage being dealt. It actually keeps ECSTATIC honest going into these last couple of rounds of the first half. The money pretty low, so they don't really have any sort of major buffer to ride back on, even though this comeback has yielded the last few rounds. Onyx in the corner. Zeus, I'd love to see it get a bit of action. There it is. Electrifies the ramp, but it is only the one. Can't pick up the Mac 10 in time to catch another. But a 4v4. And Can's still alive.
Ooh, look at the lobby crunch. I mean, you got lots of intel. Note outside, and there has to be a lot more players down ramp. Karn is not able to get any intel as of yet. And that's the scary bit, because that still leaves the Heaven control still open. Up for grabs for ECSTATIC. Lyrex. Just with the AK-47 on A side. Might be able to hear a sound cue of the players dropping down if they choose to take Heaven control. And even though I feel like that's the possibility, they're not committing to it just yet. And maybe that's for the better. With Unlela's frag, you get to see Davi and NAVI staying here at the bomb site. So they have the manpower that's needed, but is it going to be enough? Just a few USPs and the AK, they have been spotted. And now with 30 seconds, they make the wrap around back towards B side. The ball, oh, that's actually sick. That was pretty good for Flyrex with the doors being blown open. That gave him a chance to go for the straight up aim duel. Now NAVI whips out the AK, but yeah, that just won't be possible. Can't stop the bomb from being planted.
In a round like this, you sort of take what you can get, and a couple of kills is okay, but with how low Nut is, how much damage that had been dealt, that little window of opportunity that they had to maybe even win the round, you'll feel a little bit sore coming away from it. 5-5, ECSTATIC tie things back up. They now hit the benchmark of a decent half here on Nuke. Love the angle of the Zeus kill, but it all starts to slip away from there. Quick tack pause here for TNL. Try and work out what's going wrong. The ability to call these tactical pauses and all be in the same room. It doesn't mean they're going to turn around and huddle together in the middle of the lounge, but I think it's just sort of a little bit easier, you know, when someone tilts or something, you're all next to each other, you know, you can just sort of call each other off a little bit. When you're in your own room, you get in your own head. A lot harder. On number 11, then.
Like
it is going to be another buy.
Yeah, and I feel like what's most frustrating for TNL is that you can't really say that the setups are bad. I feel like the setups are pretty good, and what they're trying to accomplish, it's great and all. It's just that now it's about time to see them actually hit their stride. 2 more rounds remaining in this first half. You absolutely need to get 7 to make it competitive. But now look at this. As they spend out so many resources to try and fight for outside presence, that's what ECSTATIC hit the A side. Flyrix puts himself in a pretty good position. There's no way any of the T side expects him here. The problem is, when will he be activated? You still need some of his players to make their way up heaven. And now, Flyrix, he will be able to catch the first one. Had no idea of Christo's positioning. Now it's all up to the heaven players, and you can see they're not interested in it.
That's another one. They just have to give up. This was such a good start for TNL. And the problem that they face here is it doesn't get any easier as they move over to their T side. They started to accumulate rounds early on. You're thinking, all right, we can push for sort of 7, 8 here in the first half. Especially when they were 4-1 up. Then their T side has got a little bit of wiggle room. I said before, the CT side statistically are better by a decent margin as well. 6-6 won't cut it. 5-7 down certainly won't do the trick. ECSTATIC are the ones with the momentum, the money behind them. 4 AKs and AWP. All the trimmings. Kevlar, helmets, util all round. Let's try and make this a 7. Kev gets hand-delivered one, but is traded right back.
Ooh, Flyrix struggling with the frag as well. That's gotta hurt. And now I still feel like they... Wait a minute. They might find loads of success here. NAVI. Oh, he should be able to catch the trophy room player. That should be an easy frag for him. But on Lele, he's got the awareness. He sees the shadow. Yeah, that's an obvious frag for him. And now Davi is still alone, and no one seems to be aware of his position just yet. But Nut, just in case, clears out the corner, gets a big frag for the squad, and now ECSTATIC have full control of A side.
If you're on it, it's a round you have to go for, right? But a 1v4 knows that this one is a lost cause. They have well and truly lost control of Nuke. They've got that silver lining that it is their opponent's map pick, so Dust 2 up next to look forward to. But they had a real opportunity to try and take this series in 2 bites, and it is whittling away. Onic, knowing that there's 0 chance of winning this round, just kind of teeing himself up for maybe a couple of kills. Stat pad a little bit. Bomb already too far gone. Spots the player out of hut, wants to take this fight, but 3 will face back into him as he re-emerges. 7-5 for ECSTATIC, a great recovery, 5 in a row right at the end there. To go from 5-2 down to spearheading the lead here. Remember guys, we've got a skin to give away. Let's get !Galaxy in the chat while you still can. As we move into half number 2.
Well, you had your chance. Now it's time to see who's gonna get the skin. So, past couple halves, we've seen them, we've cast them. Haven't seen the best of drops, but maybe this time around it might be a little bit different. It is a little bit different of a skin, but sadly it won't be anything too fantastic. But it is Mr. V. Merkulov who takes the W. And as MJ said, if you want to participate in the giveaway, be sure to type in !Galaxy in the chat. And for those who are not aware, I have heard, I believe it was said in the newspaper, that in the finals, you have a chance to get some bigger drops. Now, is that the case? From what I've seen,
so.
I believe yes.
I think we ramp up the odds, yeah.
And he should give it a shot. Watch some Counter-Strike, get some skins. Let's see the first pistol, because now it is TNL on the offense. And early on, they fight for some banana banana. Whoa. B bomb side presence. There we go. Bomb plant coming in. Onic in a really good position. Oh man, TMB is yet to reveal himself. Maybe he should have, because right now this is starting to get pretty damn awkward. They have some good positionings here, and Flarix even gets the frag of TMB, so it's kind of sad he didn't pull the trigger just a little bit earlier, and now Syra and Unlilla will try to unleash the dualies. It's sad to say that they just don't have any time to work with, so these frags need to come in ASAP. Great shots from Syra, but sadly just no time to win this. Yeah, that's going to be a round win, despite all the frags going the way of ECSTATIC.
That's a little bit of an unfortunate one to lose. Playing for that retake setup there on B, not having that diffuse kit causes them all sorts of problems. Yeah, whilst they're finding the kills, just don't have the time. 7-6 the scoreline will go then. Good chance for not only TNL to tie this up, but actually take the lead here. Static have jumped in with a force bite. I've never been the biggest fan of these CT second round forces, but in MR12, just kind of trying to maximize those gun rounds and not give your opponents any chance of momentum, especially with how OP the 5.7 is at the moment as well. You can't hate on it. Static have stacked up the MP9s on ramp. This is a bizarre approach, and one that doesn't look like it'll pay off.
You could just think about the immense firepower if TNL would have hit the lower bomb site. Sadly, though, the MP9 holders have dispersed. And right now, that's... okay, that's pretty big. Syra, Christo, Nut. Whoa, whoa! How are the MP9s getting all the frags? Oh my goodness! I think they've actually done it.
Wow. Not a round you can afford to lose if you're TNL. Miffy has actually just crossed paths with one. Who's going to realise first? Oh, it will be Analele. And even with the MP9 at that range, ends up winning out the fight. 8-6. ECSTATIC right back in the driver's seat with no bomb plant. TNL are left with scraps. It's 1,500 bucks. In fact, it's worse than that. It's 1,400 bucks in the bank for most of these guys. That means double eco. That means you got to buy something. Eco will come in the next, but yeah, this is rough.
It definitely is, and I was maybe hoping some of the ECSTATIC players will just keep on playing with the MP9s, but fair enough, they're expecting a force buy to happen. So picking up the long-range weapons, probably the best choice. Wonder if someone will pop the smoke, but doesn't look like it. They'll be more than happy to let it slide, but Unlilla, he's playing at a very wide angle, which is scary because if it comes down to a few players just wide peeking, yeah, he's over and done with. And he's got the intel at least. And it looks like TNL, this is not some big brain play. This is just a simple commitment on side. Two players have made the rotate, but there's also one player in the flank in the form of NAVI. He might just have himself a really good chance to catch one of these players off guard. He needs to step up, and as he does, that is one player going down. Christo being overwhelmed. How is he still alive? Finally, he's no longer with us. Now, bomb plan is looking good. TMB. Oh, hold up.
What?
What?
NAVI just goes absolutely nuclear, and they take a round that they really shouldn't have been winning. Away from ECSTATIC, it's the Tech 9s to do it all. And we just continue to go back and forth. The ECSTATIC will be on another force buy here.
Yeah, I mean, with the economy being so messed up, that's a huge disparity. Capitalism at its finest. Christo, it's just enough to bring out the sniper rifle, but his teammates just on mere pistols. I'd love to see someone like Christo try and go out there and look for opportunities, and it was holding a very long-range gunfight. But this time, back on the upper bomb site he goes. And you can see some of the players just trying to play some of these unusual angles and hope for the best. Lots of util being deployed on the A-bomb side, whereas the main push is happening on this one. And, lower side it is. Good shot from Christo, though, but we know that the rotates are pretty quick. Siren Company are in still okay positions. Christo is here as well.
Oh, TMB.
Something tells me there is still a chance. The Deagle, the 5-7, you keep on naming these guns because it's Ecstatic winning all the gunfights.
What is going on right now? There's absolute chaos ensuing here on Nuke. Back and forth, unrelenting from both sides. Neither allowed to string two together here in the second half. And you can almost guarantee that TNL will go for a force back of their own in this next, especially if Flurex survives with that M4. Honestly, this call to save is a huge indicator that that is the game plan. Otherwise, he'd be prioritizing just going and dying, getting that lost bonus money. So they could eco in the next and go for a full investment in the one after. Wild scenes here, though. 9-7 will go.
I was really surprised how quickly Ecstatic made the rotate on the lower bomb side. I mean, you can see on the minimap, you have all 4 players on lower side. So a really great read on the situation. I would assume it was TMB who made the call that, guys, yeah, this is just a full-on commitment on lower side. It is great to see that his teammates actually trusted him. And as we saw, the defense just held up magnificent. So, Lille, AK-47 in hand, now has to worry about both the outside position as well as Squeaky. But luckily for him, TNL have slowed down the pace, at least for now.
Hang on. Because Niffy is looking to return the favour once again. Absolutely bonkers. As the C4 will go down, retake on its way, but Christu's got an AWP. Fleerax is in a really awkward position here as well. Christu should be taken out as he starts to rotate over, but they're just going to pull the plug on this, and we will once again, Danny, see it going the other way. This is nuts.
It is insane how neither of these teams are able to have just a consistent showing. Just someone please win 2 rounds in a row. That's all I'm asking. It's not much. And even now, you know, TNL wins it. They'll have plenty of money to work with in the upcoming round. I'm sure that some of these players will be more than happy to get rid of their MP9s and pistols for the sake of the AK-47 Kalashnikov. 47 stands for 1947, of course.
Oh, yeah? Why is that? Well, TMB. Down below. Oh, God. It's all getting a little bit messy there on the A side. Sierra doubling up. Stabby ends up with another. Christo and Nutnut are super low again. This just doesn't feel like a round they can even touch. Numbers-wise, it's not so bad, but peel back the layers, you realize they are limping. They're vulnerable. They have to give it up. The money's not great either. So it'll be 9-9 TNL. Spring into life here a little bit on the T side. They'll be the ones to break the curse, string together a couple of rounds in a row. Ordinarily, you'd say it would break that force by cycle with Ecstatic keeping 2 alive and Christy with a bit of money. Maybe it won't. He could drop to Analele. TMB and Sierra can somewhat buy themselves. Nutnut could even drop a FAMAS or something to TMB, so... Yeah, I think they have another stab at this with these 2 weapons saved.
Yeah, I feel like that should be a possibility. to just go for another reinvestment. At least some level of consistency. TNL win a second round in a row. It's been a long time coming, and it's great to see that at least one of these teams can win more than just one round. It's being deployed. But a chance for Anlela to spot out anyone in Squeaky. There's still that sniper rifle in the hands of Flerex, so I would assume they want to slow it down at least a little bit. I'm taking the silo position. I have noticed that it feels like a lot of teams have been more or less neglecting silo as a potential opping avenue. It feels like more and more so, the oppers are just trying to take the gunfights on the same level as the players with rifles. Taking silo doesn't seem to be a very common occurrence.
Yeah, you leave yourself sort of quite exposed at times. Can be really dangerous for a Static. A very, very defensive approach. Giving up all of the space here. Chris Duke pokes the bear from hell, not realizing Davi's so close. Trades there from Analele, but straight back the other way into the 3v3. They've got good positioning here as well, so a storm perhaps brewing. The problem is I don't really have any info on where these remaining CTs reside. Timing's good. No, it's not. Nut goes all the way. Spots him out. Onic up in heaven. Should be good for at least one freebie. Does get held. Sierra not quick enough. The 2v2. Oh.
I don't know, this still seems pretty difficult to get back into this one, yeah. NAVI picks up a massive frag and Nut knows it. Still will try and attempt to go for it. 1v2 is on. Oh, that was the impactful frag. He wins it, maybe he has a chance, but that'll be another one for TNL. And now you can see this is where things are starting to look pretty damn difficult. ECSTATIC will be more than willing to take the tactical pause, but this for me was the surprising moment. Onic taking control of heaven, and you feel like if there's a player in heaven, that is such a difficult position to even flush a player out of heaven unless you've got the util, but even so, it's temporary. ECSTATIC. Yeah, the scoreline is starting to get a little bit daunting, I feel like, especially considering they were doing such a good job initially. And now down to the eco. And another great chance for TNL to get another on the board.
Yeah, they've somehow snatched away the lead, and they've got that chance to extend it further here. Just the pistols and Alele, the only one with Kevlar. We've seen these 5.7s be quite potent in the past, but this feels too much of an ask. Alele down below, Onic. Big kill onto Sierra to get things started. Should be easy enough. Christy.
Slow one indeed. Like the fact that TNL really slowed down the pace. It's a must in a round like this. And even so, with them having the rifles at their disposal, I feel like going for some outside control and eventually doing what we saw in the round previously. You know, taking heaven control. And he as well. I feel like that's the go-to move. Nut spot to the first, and there's still a player in heaven. Team B is in a very uncommon position, but that will not save him, let alone his team. And that's why we get to see another bomb plant and another round win. As for Unlilith, at this point, just whip out the knife and hope someone goes down the vent.
Yeah, I second that. I mean, he is the only one that started the round with Kevlar, so he has, like, a little bit of something to save, but they'll be on a buy in the next round regardless, so yeah, get on that ladder and get your knife out, my friend. Hooks his head over. Nife might be baited into it. Of course, he's quicker to the trigger there. 11-9 TNL. I really am quite surprised by this. They've, you know, pulled away with a great start and then completely lost the ball on that first half. Ended up 7-5 down at the halfway point. Now having to claw this back on their T side of Nuke. Not just statistically the weaker side for most teams, but their weaker side in all of their recent matches. But right here, they are breaking the odds. And they're looking good. Quick pause before we go any further.
Fair enough. I feel like they realize what a difficult situation it is. And I also say this, even though the second map is thus too, like I said, I feel like ECSTATIC are still capable of playing that map. I just feel like that map is rather, you know, the way they approach it is pretty uninspiring. And from what I've noticed, TNL, that is a squad that is super dynamic on that map. And that sounds pretty weird, right, when we're talking about Dust 2. But what I mean to say is that it's a team that really plays some fast-paced Counter-Strike. And I'm happy to note that as they're starting to make this transition, playing against, you know, some tougher opposition, they have, you know, slowed things down. They're not always that all-out, ballsy, super aggressive team. And slowing things down is definitely a useful attribute to have. And right now, the fact that they themselves take attack bombs to have a discussion tells me that they are cooking something up in this round. And ooh, wow, just look at the damage inflicted on TMB.
And this is already a worrying start to the round, isn't it, TMB? On a slither of health. Analele's taking a decent chunk of damage from the tags as well. The carpet of fire takes place on ramp. Nut at least will pull the numbers in their favour. Draws first blood. That's NAVI gone. He's been a bit of a thorn in their side. The top fragger here for TNL. And so consistently yielded them those entries. Up on top, it's TMB. Should be checked. Yeah, Flarex, of course. Hard clears in. Do they expect another on the hut? The answer's no. Sierra triples down. And Christu will be able to deliver the finishing blow. It's 10 for ECSTATIC. And a good hold there on the A site. That's exactly what was needed.
This is insane. Syra able to find so much impact in the round. Exactly what the squad needed. And especially now, just a few rounds away from securing victory, and that can be said for either squad. TNL. Something tells me we might see a faster round from them. Earlier, they decided to slow down just a little bit. Maybe this is where go all gas, no brakes. But Alele is close by. That's such a powerful position.
Do some big damage with this. They were sort of entertaining the idea of it for a second. A decent trade back. Sierra looking to pull off some of his shenanigans in this round too. It's Christu to pick up another with his AWP in the meantime, though. Man advantage here for ECSTATIC. And TNL, yeah, looking to just give up this mid control. And maybe not. Nife still sticking around. Looked like he was going to pull back with the rest of his team. He wants a little bit more than that.
Recovery by Nife, though. This might just give them a chance to make their way across. And Syra, I think he must have seen the second player as well. That's why TMB is on the trigger. He knows there's a player in mini. There's Onyx with a great pickup, but now it is Syra to close it out in round number 23. Big frags being found by him. That's been a thorn in the side of TNL. And Lele, such a forward position. I was quite surprised that he was just out there by his lonesome. No backup, no nothing. That is just a one and done spot. And TMB, who has been struggling in the gun rounds, like that frag It's not much, but it's so important that he gets it.
Absolutely crucial. And at a crucial time as well. Ties things up 11 apiece. Not a lot of money here for TNL, and they are invested. The Tech 9s looking to deal the damage. We've seen a lot of upset rounds like this already, especially at the start of this second half. And history might be about to repeat itself. It's NAVI and Khan to get the kills out onto the site. They realize that they're already up on Heaven. It seemed like they had their backs turned, but they react. And Fleerax on the flank isn't even needed. Just grabs that up. Nice little consolation prize for a round win that they had no business in taking. And TNL will be the first onto 12. Overtime or bust now for ECSTATIC. And there's not a lot of money to take them there.
Look at this as well. Cyro has been doing such a great job with the A-side defense this time. Doesn't get anything done. And it's stressful, it really is. Right now, they just have to play with these MP9s, not up close. Should be able to deal a good amount of damage. Wow, that is a lot of damage. Cyro with the MP9, headshotting one. This will give them a chance to just book it down the lower side. It's a shame that a Fleerax with the most powerful gun goes down immediately.
Yeah. We'll tap in those digits at least, but falling like flies are the teammates, and Zero will even be able to deny that plant. You see, smile on his face, he's gone big there, nuclear for the 3K. And that is exactly what was needed. So, ECSTATIC, I mean, it's not an outcome to be super happy with, because it felt like they could have just taken that their way in regulation, but they'll be relieved that it goes into OT at the very least, especially with the weapons that they had to work with there.
Yeah, this is where I feel like something like this might be possible on, let's say, an H, and a map that TNL is pretty damn good on. But again, I feel like I said earlier, this team can be super explosive in some rounds, and I feel like one of their biggest mistakes is that at times, you know, the explosive plays, they work out super well, but at other times, it just feels like those explosive plays, despite them, you know, working out for them, I wouldn't say that they can actually pull them off in a consistent manner. And there, in that round, when you realize that your opponent's economy is in a very bad position, you know that you might be going for a force buy. Why not slow it down, you know? Slow it down, wait for someone to make a play, because in that round, remember, they go out so fast, and they still have Fleerax on the op, and he got nothing done in that round just because the pace he was left behind, and he got caught out by the MP9 super quickly. So I felt like, yeah, perhaps if they wanted to go for a faster play, I felt like they either needed more bodies or more mobile weapons than just, you know, that sniper rifle in the hands of Fleerax. But right now, it is down to them still continuing their journey on the T side, which for ECSTATIC, the one saving grace is that they finally have money to work with, because in terms of money, they have been struggling in a few of these rounds. It felt like they win a round, and it's down to the eco because they lose the upcoming one. This time, at least, the upcoming, well, this round and the upcoming round, they at least don't have to worry about money.
Yeah, that's, you know, a little bit of weight off both teams' shoulders. Being able to just buy whatever you want. A luxury that neither have really been allowed throughout the majority of this half. It's great early spam damage. They won't know it as confirmed damage, but they'll have a decent idea that a couple will be sponged up. Analele TMB, low on health, but of course the favour returned. Christu scoped in with his AWP, waiting for someone to be on the receiving end of it. You can see the x-rays jiggling. Might just come his way in the next few seconds. Flashbang won't connect, and Christu, well, he will.
That's really smart from Christu as well, anticipating that the first peak will just be a jiggle, and he needs to be patient for the second player to appear, and he gets it. So early on, Huge frag, and look at Sarah's positioning. No one, and I mean no one from the T side can expect to play like this. Unlela with a massive frag on B side, but again, all eyes on Syra, and Onyx should be the first to take the hit. Oh, it's actually NAVI. That works as well. Now with 20 seconds, this is where things get mighty awkward.
Yeah, he's left by himself. Fleurax. To be honest, in overtime, you don't really want to be saving, but at 1v5, 15 seconds, no control of the bomb at the round is quite literally impossible, so has to just back it up. Let this one go the other way. A static. Very good round. Fleurax, I'm surprised he even pokes his head out at the end there for that kill. Dying after time would have been pretty disastrous, but adds one more to the tally. We'll take the freebie as it comes his way. Look how much damage was dealt early. I really thought TMB's nade would finish off there, but it just fell short. I think it might have even taken a weird bounce.
Big win as well for ECSTATIC, you gotta admit. If they somehow get the second one, then they're gonna be somewhat happy, I feel like, moving forward. TNB also picking up a frag, and wow, look at NAVI go straight up. He got his nose up. He knows there's someone above him on rafters, and that's it. That's basically it for the round. That's somehow how it ends on the A-bomb side. If you're able to find a few good frags early on, that's it. And TNL, they definitely deserve this victory. Might even run away with a few more kills. Extra, Unlela struggling a little bit. Might just recover the AWP for good measure, but right. TNL will take that one.
Well, if the first few rounds of the second half was anything to go by, we're in for a treat here, right? He's back and forth, just unrelenting. 13 apiece, tied up. Both teams with the money to work with going into the final of the half as well. Always like to see that in overtime where teams trade rounds and then you do actually end up with a full investment going into the third, because, yeah, with 10k or 12.5k overtime so much of the time, you'll see your AWPer without that big green or a lack of util. For statics, all the bells and whistles. Everyone's got kits as well, just as a precautionary measure. TMB. Oh, here's the ladder. He's going to just dive at this. Wow, NAVI. That is smart. Oh, God.
Oh, gosh. I mean, they make it across eventually. B-side is there. That is a massive footstep, but won't be enough for NAVI to win it. Luckily, Fleurax chimes in with the op, and now all they have to do is just slow down Unlela for as long as possible. Now, he does have a smoke to work with. Fleurax. What? That is a massive frag, and now Unlela, he certainly has a chance in this one, but Onyx, yeah, he has the superior angle. And just like that, TNL will run away with 2 rounds to their name. Like, that is impressive.
Wow. Yeah, that's a really good recovery. It's NAVI right there, though, that just blows my mind. Takes the step on the ladder, and I'm thinking, what is he doing there making that sound cue? I'm not sure if it was deliberate or an accident, but either way, aware that he makes it and anticipates TMB coming in from behind. That headshot from Analele was disgusting. It's unfortunate he wasn't able to convert a round off of the back. This game has been wild. And I do want to address the elephant in the room, because I hadn't really noticed how much of a problem it was until now. Sierra's on 30 kills. TMB has 6.
Yeah. No, like I said, that was the reason why I was hyping up, you know, him getting at least a single frag in a round. Also, congrats to Totally Spice for winning the M44 2 Fairy. Congrats. But yeah, for me, it has been a bit dissatisfying to see how Team B has struggled on the A side of all places. And I guess we didn't really notice it in a lot of those instances, also just because, yeah, Team B would probably go down, but then you'd have Syra picking up 2 or 3 frags, and suddenly that's still a winnable round for ECSTATIC. Problem is, though, Syra is not usually your player who goes in first. I mean, he's the guy who's just in the backline, so he'll wait for some of his teammates like TNB, like Unlela, to try and go out there, find the early frag. The problem is, we're already out of the equation. Syra goes down. Christo to drop as well, and we could just keep on naming the ecstatic players because they're the ones getting eliminated.
You know what I think it is, Danny? I think it's
Yep.
the view model. I think it's the view model. It's a nice shot from Nut Nut, but yeah, that is all she wrote right there. 15-13, TNL with 2 chances to close this one out in regulation. Not gonna be an easy feat ahead. Static aren't even playing for the win anymore. They're just playing for double OT. Further rounds to be granted to them to try and make something happen, something work here. They're able to pull it off in regulation. Will we see a similar story? Maybe not. Fleerax first blood. Oh, that's a big one for the second as well. Might just find a third here. Sierra.
Oh, he knows. That's an easy frag. Absolutely. Fleerix will get that one. Now he knows the positioning of Nut Nut as well. Doesn't even flinch. But ends up dying eventually. Now it is all to Lonesome. Noot, noot.
I hope we've got some Pingu fans in the chat. I love it. I used to have a jumper, said send newts. I had a picture of Pingu on it. It was good. I don't have much faith for him here, though, in the 1v3. He's got the health. He's got himself a cheeky position, but there is no way he clears NAVI. This is just such a disgusting angle. Nutno can walk up. He can be looking at heaven. He needs to make the first move. He needs to be the one to walk up to that site. NAVI knows it. That's why he's just staying tucked. Starts to be aware that maybe he'll come in from heaven, but the second this bomb is tapped, he can just look down. There you go. Yeah, he's just seeing him. Nice and easy. Oh, he's kind of wary of this, but there you go. Deals the finishing blow, stays nice and composed at the end there, TNL. An anticlimactic end, but a beautiful victory for them nonetheless. 16-13, they'll wipe out a static on the Danes map pick. And they move on to Dust 2 next. I think perhaps a 2-0 could be written in the stars for this one. We will see.
Yeah, this was I'd say somewhat of a dissatisfying finisher for Ecstatic because I felt like, yeah, man, TMB was definitely struggling in this map. I mean, the fact was that if you somehow get at least a single frag or even 2 frags in a gun round, like you noticed, like that was basically it. That was enough for Ecstatic to win a round. And there were moments where Syra was just finding so much impact, to be honest. Like there would be multiple rounds where he was defending the A bombs that he would get a double, a triple, and at times that would be enough. At other times, it would not. And so I felt like, yeah, Syra was able to deliver some really solid performance. But yeah, I felt like TMB was kind of struggling when it came down to defending that A-bomb side. And there was more than a few times that TNL managed to exploit it. And also, I mean, shout out to TNL, because when we saw the scoring go 12-12, when they lost that last round of regulation, I was kind of thinking that, yeah, this is probably the end for TNL, right? They will probably won't have what it takes to bounce back. And if anything, they managed to thrive in overtime.
Yeah, they really did. That is the case so much of the time, right? If you're the team that have the map point, you end up choking it. You kind of get in your head a little bit. You're playing overtime under the pretense that you shouldn't really have to be playing overtime, especially when you lose in the fashion that they did. They had a full buy. They were against MP9s and a pistol. So, yeah, normally that kind of leaves a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth, and that bleeds into overtime. But it didn't for them. They came back with their full force and just showing why they're having success at the moment as a roster. I really like these TNL guys. I think, you know, I can't remember who I was talking to the other day about it, but when they first hit the scene, there was so much stigma around them as like, who are these guys? There were cheating accusations left, right, and center. The fact that they're now doing this in bigger tournaments against better opposition, they're going to LAN and pulling off these kind of results. Yeah, I think the future's bright for them, and sort of showing right there against the Static, they have that resilience even when they're forced into an overtime that they don't really want to have to play. They get it done. So I have high hopes for them going into map number 2, but we'll see. ECSTATIC are a very formidable side, and Dust 2 is still a map that is entertained in their pool, even though they haven't had the best of results. We're going to go to a short break, folks. When we return, we'll be back with that second map of the series, so don't go too far. You definitely don't want to miss it.
Flex no arm out, let's bracelet, bringing the guitars out. This take and flex no arm out, let's bracelet, bringing the guitars out. This take and flex no arm out, let's bracelet, bringing the guitars out. This take and flex no arm out, let's bracelet, bringing the guitars out. This take and flex no arm out, let's bracelet, bringing the guitars out. This take and flex no arm out, let's bracelet, bringing the guitars out.
after someone like Sarah having to go nuclear on Nuke, sad to say that was not enough for his team to win the map. And things aren't getting any easier because up next is the barren wasteland that is known as Dust 2. And I will admit, results have been pretty bad for ECSTATIC on the map, right, Josh?
Yeah, this is not a game that they're going to go into with loads of confidence. I think they're going to be feeling a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to make things go their way on Nuke. Because, yeah, as you say, they've had poor results. They've had poor results here on Dust 2. There's no sort of beating around the bush with it. Things have looked a little bit better recently. They did find a win against Monty and Gun 5 this month. But historically, yeah, Dust 2 is a map that they've just had so many battles with over these past couple of months. Really, really struggled. So, I don't know. I'm leaning towards TNL when it comes to this second map, but ECSTATIC are one of those teams that really sometimes do just dig deep and pull wins out of nowhere. We might see that out of them. They've got the pieces to pull it off. They're certainly capable.
Yeah, I'll say this, I had a chance to see them play Dust 2, so I wouldn't say that they're horrid on the map. For me, the problem is that they seem to play, for example, the CT side, right? Which we'll see ECSTATIC take things off the CT side of this too. It seems to be rather static, but no pun intended. And fair enough, they have adopted to some extent to the new Dust 2 meta, which absolutely basically relies upon the CTs to try and fight for lower tonal control. I feel like that is almost a must on the CT side. That's one of the new adjustments to this map that makes it just a little bit more dynamic. But apart from that, I feel like, yeah, ECSTATIC, apart from their individuals just hitting their shots on the CT side, on the T side, more or less just relying on their spawns, I feel like that is not a very, how should I put it, dynamic side from them. And we'll see, some of those finishers on these rounds weren't also very uninspiring, but we'll just have to wait and see. Here, instead, TNL, slowly but surely, walking up catwalk. They do have that one smoke grenade for CT spawn. Flash comes in, and now here comes the peak. TMB, there we go. First headshot comes in. He has the backup, but ends up dying super early. That will at least give a chance, or in fact, no chance, because Christo racks up 2 massive headshots. Flearex in a good position to get the bomb planted, but Unlele is super quick. And that is no bomb plant, not today, good sir.
The time to kill on these duels has just been unbelievable. So much of the time you kind of get these scrappy gunfights in the pistol rounds, but not here. Show your head and it will instantly be stripped off of your shoulders. It's a very good round from ECSTATIC and a great way to get things started here on Dust 2. They absolutely need it after the cards that they have been dealt in this series so far. It's good work from Unlele to deny that plant as well. Not only does it obviously allow him to isolate that fight and have the advantage in the duel, but also just denies any extra money to go TNL's way. So likely we'll just see an eco here. Onyx gone for a hero scout, but that's about it. And I think he'll sell it. Yeah, I think he's just dropped, go for the tag, and then no, he's committing to this. I've seen players do this recently where they buy a hero scout, they drop into suicide, try and hit the cross shot, and then if they don't, then they just boost back up and sell it. Onyx, 1 HP.
Wow. No idea how he's still alive, but and that's a cool way to go about it. I feel like Dust 2 lends itself. What? Okay, that's a huge scout shot. Starter now feeling the pressure as well. I mean, he does not want to commit, and out of nowhere, we got a bomb plant. That'll be an MP9 recovery, and this is a very awkward round because if you take a look at the CTs, none of them have a kit. They have to be pretty quick about it. Oh, but they're at least doing a good job at getting the frags. Karn needed that one.
Oh my god, look at Onyx
positioning. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is huge. I mean, he's just on 1 point of health, but they have no idea where he's coming from. But right about now, looks like they should be able to check it, right? Oh, they don't. Onyx, massive headshot, but
he doesn't have time.
Is there enough? No, there's no time. Oh my goodness. What a blunder.
Oh, that is a ridiculous round to lose. TNL, they were on a full eco. I kind of questioned the hero scout. I was like, well, on a map like Dust 2, fine, but This feels a little bit bizarre. It ends up finding just an unbelievable entry. Onyx positioning here is amazing. The fact that it's planted for short as well just makes matters so much harder for ECSTATIC. They're just plagued by the fact they don't have a kit. I don't know why in a round like that no one would have a defuse kit. It seems like they were just not anticipating it to even come close. Warp in play. Ooh. Flare axe eventually connects.
Yeah, this should be somewhat of a clean round, but already damage inflicted on the TNL players, and we can see TMB. I gotta admit, I mean, if TMB did not play Quake 1, I have no idea what's up with that view model. And that's the only reason I understand that probably the first game he played, Quake 1, you know. And he feels like, yeah, the view model, it's gotta be in the middle of the screen, right below my waist. Otherwise, it's unacceptable.
It is strange. It is strange. I mean, he is at least one of the very early adopters of that view model. There are a few players now that are starting to pick it up in CS2 because there are sort of semi-benefits of it sometimes. You know, like the view model that Christy was rocking with here, that gun barrel, especially on a map like Nuke, if you're coming out of heaven or something like that, can sometimes sort of obscure your vision a little bit if there's someone down on the site. But I think Nico started sort of playing with a more center view model. TMB is one of the OGs. He has had this view model for as long as I can remember. I've never been a big fan of it, but respect to it when he's finding kills. Not when he's got 6 kills in an overtime game, though. That then we don't respect the view model.
If you keep on winning, let it be. But I'm yet to see TMB pop off here in Dust 2. And if he does, all is forgiven. Right now, they definitely wanted to get that win across the finish line. They have gone for the force spy for that exact reason, and they at least get to keep that M4A1S in the hands of Christo, so that's the one saving grace. But apart from that, TNL should be able to lock this one in. With the MAC-10 coming out from Onyx. Smoke there on the cross. We'll keep the T's guessing whether they actually have stacked one of the bomb sites, though. As a matter of fact, yeah, if you do get to see a smoke like that in middle, more or less you will be expecting a stack on either bomb site. So now it's just going to be a matter of time and I guess a guessing game for TNL as well. That they make the right choice, and Christo is obviously here. M4 retrieved as well, but you just don't see this round going either way. Syra will be going down as well. Lonesome on Lele and Short, that's got to be his final hours. Might as well say a prayer.
Should be. There you go. All 5 staying alive there for TNL then, as clean as it gets. As they move into round number 5. And not a whole lot to work with here. Even in terms of the money for ECSTATIC after saving in that last. Chris Dew's on an MP9. No helmet, so Onyx MAC-10 is just as potent. No kits either. That's what plagued them in round number 2. They make the same mistake again, surely. The third time will be the charm. We'll see. TNL looking for a 4th.
Surprised to see Onyx still in the MAC-10, but maybe that's not that bad of a choice. After all, he's got the base to basically, by his lonesome, just take short control. I feel like this is one of the quintessential parts of the map. You have the control on T side. That gives you a lot more breathing room, and it also keeps the CTs guessing whether you could still commit on the B bomb side or whether the A side hit for sure is still a possibility. All being deployed at the double doors, so TNL looks like they might want to fight for some mid presence, but Onyx somehow gets a frag on TMB. I have no idea how that happened.
AK working its way out. Nut here in the corner. The Mac 10 looking to charge him. Won't end up working. And Alele's there to follow up. But whilst they've got the man advantage, they've lost the B site. This is a very tricky one to retake, especially without this kit. You've only got one player on the util. That's Christu. He's coming to join the party now. Drops HE over to Analele as well. Still tossing that util around, but wasting valuable time in the process. Davi's down below this window. And all of these nades falling on deaf ears. Are they really going to go for a boost? No, it splashes in and gunning it down. Fleerax with one on the AWP. Trades a good Nut's there. And he's desperate to get on that defuse just in the nick of time. That is very well played from ECSTATIC. But again, another one that comes incredibly close.
I'm actually quite surprised that ECSTATIC actually made the retake a reality. We saw the positioning from TNL. It was actually pretty solid there on the B bomb side, but here, yeah, I gotta see Davi's POV. Like, what happened here? I was so sure he's gonna find way more impact, and then you can see that flashbang. It worked so well. He was blind for a good 5 or so seconds. That was more than enough for the window players to make their way out. And as we saw, yeah, Davi, despite his powerful position, he just didn't get a single frag. That was huge.
Huge indeed. Davi takes a decent chunk of damage from that nade early on. Bounces off the wall, lands right at his feet. And Alele here in lower tunnels. Oh, contact. Pulls the trigger instantly, but returning Dinks and the AK packs a nastier punch than that A1S. Some advantage would go TNL's way, but a fragile one at that. Nife still entertaining the idea that someone might get aggressive on long. He's correct. Sierra's there, behind the door. Wow, what a shot.
Oh man, is Syra contemplating of going for the push? It's a ballsy maneuver. Even right now, he's got a lot of map control, but the problem is, if he ends up dying in this position, that opens up long for T-side. And Syra's off-angle position, it should be good at least with the one frag. Niffy anticipates it, but Syra will get himself a second, almost a third. Oh no! Oh, that could have been a very lethal nade. And with 35 seconds remaining, I actually dig this play. Because at this point, if you have someone like Syra that is playing in Longhouse, well, actually, they're just going to go for the save. I was kind of hoping that we might just see just straight up push on B bomb side. But instead of that, yeah, it looks like the players will keep their rifles for the next one. Syra again delivering crucial frags. And he was the main reason they managed to slow down that push and eventually make sure TNL doesn't contest this round, which is actually, when I think about it, it's probably for the better. Because with the weapons being saved, there's still a chance to try and win this round. Because you got Fleerax, Onyx, Niffy, in terms of money, they're doing pretty okay. This
is so sick from Sierra again. It was anticipated. They were holding for that long push for most of the round. Niffy was sat there, but when they do go to regain that control, they still proceed with caution. It was just quicker. Up shot not connecting. Sierra blinded, but stays alive. It's Analele to drop elsewhere instead. Scan will drop that up back over to Fleerax. It's purely just spawn-based. TMB burning in the flames. They should have heard that. So second incendiary is going to go down. And he doesn't want to play in front of it anymore. He'll back up, take a whole load of damage. Christu there for at least one back. So a 4v4.
They have all the room in the world to take control of long. The problem is, though, when will ECSTATIC get angsty? Because I feel like right now is a good moment. Karn is able to find a massive frag to open up a site, and now they will make the jump across. Syra and Gandalf. Good position that none of the T's should be checking. Oh, they're checking the mollies. Oh, there's no way he survives that one, and he knows it. That is so frustrating that of all the places to chuck in the molly, you throw it at Gandalf. Syra is out, and this round is over and done with.
Again and again. TNL dig their way out of these holes that they find themselves in. A rough round in the last, a little bit of a shaky start to this one here. Straight back their way. This has been fantastic. 4 players staying alive as well for Nut Nut and Christu. It is just about holding on to those weapons. They can drop over to their teammates in this next. And ECSTATIC should still be able to service somewhat of an investment, but 4-3, TNL taking the reins here. Look at that. Yeah, this little util setup, Sierra. Not so sneaky now, are we?
Obviously, it's still with the mid or halfway point of the first half, but so far, Team B, not the best performance so far on this 2 CT side, and this is where you get to see Christo having to make these plays, but it is quite ballsy of him. He's got no backup from middle, no teammate at short, and it's actually good to see that he can still back away with his life intact. Otherwise, that could have been really awkward now. I actually have seen players throwing down a Molotov in Unlela's position. In this case, though, Unlela still has free reign. Nut is able to find one more frag with a CT defense, a second, almost a third. They break through the defense. They can take control of site. However, players are close by. In fact, there will be Syra in the backline, so they really gotta hurry up. Try and get that bomb planted, and NAVI might be prompted to try and take the fight. While the smoke is at double doors, it does make sense to try and wait it out. Wait for Sierra to get in position. And I feel like in this round, all eyes should be in Fleerex.
They need to beat this AWP, the most important piece of this puzzle. But he will fall instantly, and it's to the hands of Sierra again. He's doing so much in these rounds. And plays the perfect pincer role right there. TMB will get on that defuse. ECSTATIC will tie things up at 4 apiece. Another one that comes very close. But it's ECSTATIC this time to pull ahead.
Oh, that retake was also phenomenal. I mean, I was talking about how all eyes on Fleerex because I was hoping that, you know, he's got the angle. He wants to win that gunfight against Syra, but what we saw, it was one of the ECSTATIC players. I'm not sure who it was, but they threw the smoke at tunnels, and that's it. You know, if you see a tunnel smoke, if you're someone like Fleerex, there's no way you'll be looking at that smoke, and they had no idea that Sierra is about to pop out. So a really great adjustment. Right now, long is where it's at. Oh, Onyx with the back 10. So much good damage being dealt. And you know, if you already killed 3 players in long, that's got to be it. There's no way there's a 4th player close by. Have full reign of the bomb site. So a bomb plant is looking good as any time. Oh, Incendiary comes in though. Slows down the progress of Navi, but it shouldn't cost them that much because you can still plant the bomb in a somewhat safe position. You have Fleerex in the pit. Like, all in all, the T side have this side on lockdown.
It's an interesting approach to that as well. He actually waits out the molly before planting. It didn't cover the whole site. He could have planted just in a little bit of an awkward spot. But, yeah, says, you know, I'm not actually going to give them that luxury. I'm not going to give them the opportunity to then sort of play this retake and catch me off guard. I will just stay tucked. Plant safe. Got my teammates here to support me. I've got plenty of time on the clock. There's no major rush. And a Lele will catch one on the fadeaway, but they've already made the call to save, and off of the back of that, TNL take a 5th round. We continue this back and forth. It's not the scrap that we saw in the second half of Nuke, because both teams have got a reasonable amount of money, but still just unrelenting, not allowing either to really take 2 in a row, at least for the last 4. TNL look to change that here.
5 rounds already. That is Not a bad score so far, but admittedly these rounds have been somewhat back and forth, so it's not a huge lead by TNL. Early nade comes out. Nut has been doing a pretty okay job defending the B-bomb site, but here I wonder if they'll contemplate even going for a bit of a mid push. I mean, they have been, for the most time, hitting the B side only through tunnel. I feel like they could also use mid to their advantage to at least alleviate some pressure from the initial defenders. And that's a problem. Unlele is able to find one, but it's again Nut with a second. A great follow-up. Bomb will be retrieved. That's great and all, but does he really want to keep on pushing? I feel like he's got to wait for Onyx just a little bit longer. And Onyx has found himself some really good timing, so he should see the player at car. An easy... Oh, it sucks that TMB finds some good timing, but now Davi knows the positioning of one, knows the positioning of the second, and TMB is there to follow up. 2 big frags being found by TMB, triples up, and puts his team in winning ways.
Okay. Yeah, perfect timing from TMB there to emerge through the CT smoke and save his teammates, because that really is what was required there. Round number 11. TMB barreling up mid. Again, this back and forth has continued. Sierra now drawing first blood. It's Chris2 with another. This is, wow, very aggressive and really successful.
That's a sick changeup. I feel like we haven't seen this aggressiveness out of ECSTATIC, and this is the changeup that gives them the 6th round, and they absolutely needed to do something to make sure they just don't play their usual default setup, though I will admit their usual default setup has landed them some pretty big rounds. And here we could see just, yeah, Lonesome Onyx remaining, attempting to get something done in this round, but it just won't be possible. And it's a very awkward situation for TNL as well. They move into the last round of the first half, and you can see economically they are in a terrible position, so they have to whip out the Tech 9s. It's great to see Scout coming through as well. We saw how successful that was in the second round of the half. But I feel like if you have those Tech 9s, I mean, perhaps an explosive play might do the work. Oh, Unlele. Great shot through the doors.
Barreling out is Davi's Tech 9s, and it's the last round of the half. I'm going to throw everything I can at this. Traded by Chris2 Zort, but now they're going to try and overwhelm him. Runs out of bullets, fully blinded. Flashes are great. TMB just providing the sideline support from the bomb side itself. Chris2 still being alive is just criminal here. And now it becomes a whole lot harder to deal with it. Onyx does eventually trade it back out through the smoke, but perhaps a little too late. Fleerax, no chance there. And here we go. All on to Onyx. 1v3, final round of the half. Won't fancy his chances at this, but of course we'll have a go.
Yeah, he just has to at this point. And he also has no idea what's happening right behind him. Not in a very powerful position, if need be. Oh, Nick, that's isolated duo. Oh, he was so quick on the second player as well, but Unlele is a tad bit quicker, and so 7-5. ECSTATIC, I think they're going to be somewhat happy with the result. I mean, things were looking pretty rough for them after losing that second round, but from there on out, still to run away with 7 rounds, and CT does too. I feel like they're going to be pretty okay with the result.
They should be. Yeah. Still a lot of work to be done here. First, we'll give away another skin. Maybe something a little bit better. There you go. That'll do. AK Empress. Congratulations, Kitty Vatrishkin. Congrats.
Yeah.
Shiny new skin.
I think you did good.
Thanks, man. I always, like, you know, before I then go to pronounce the whole thing, I'm like, should I even be doing this? Should I just say kitty? That's it. End of. I know how to pronounce that bit.
Listen, I'll give you props as well for saying the whole, you know, Jugas thing. You know, as well. I heard that and I'm thinking, wow, Josh, that's next level. I appreciate it. I really do.
Oh yeah, I've learned my lesson with that
Putting
one.
in the effort.
Of course. All right, well, round number 13. Bit of a must-win here for TNL, I feel. And, it's not the best of starts, but Davi recovers it. Ends up with a second as well. And he's got the support. Onic sacrifices himself to allow Davi to survive, but not for much longer. 3v2.
Smoke comes in as well. Positioning is pretty good. Oh, there's a pretty big gap. Oh, no, Nut. Still able to find it. Unlil as well. Another closer and another big win for ECSTATIC. I mean, we'd have to see how that round panned out. Initially, I was kind of certain that TNL should have it under wraps, but apparently no. Again, it is ECSTATIC to come out on top. Pretty big round win. I feel like TNL, I don't know, man. I feel like going for the safe here could have been an option. But we saw how successful they were with the pistols, so maybe they will succeed. But NAVI, you know, those flashbangs come in super early, and if you already know there's at least 2 or 3 flashbangs being deployed, you know it's just going to be a full-on commit. NAVI losing a big chunk of his health in that engagement, so doubt if you'll see him fighting long anytime soon. Wow, look at the rotate as well.
Yeah, they're... What? Okay. I was going to say, pieces were in place, but they were dispatched off quite quickly. It just leaves Onic by himself. Nut. The crazy flick, but no one's there. He's shooting ghosts. As Onic comes in from behind, it's a 1v3, but with his position known, this becomes a shot in the dark and an impossible one that he will have to back away from. 12 HP. A fullback save, hold on to this AK. That will mean ECSTATIC are on to 9. And well, this map leaning in their favour quite heavily now.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. You know, in the upcoming round, it's going to be an equal, so I don't think we see that pause.
Terrorists win.
Timeouts, good discussion, you know, because I feel like right now, they're on the CT side. This should be the easier job for them. And sure, in this round in particular, probably not as much. They're just on the pistols. It's practically a full-on eco, except for that AK-47 in the hands of Karn. But I do expect to see some sort of pause coming out from TNL, and I would assume they probably want to win one gun round where they just play, you know, some sort of default setup, not going for anything crazy. And if they win a round like that, then I feel like we can expect some more confidence coming out from TNL. Then we might see some lower tunnel pushes and whatnot. But we could also see some of that happening in this round. You know, Karn being sent out there with the AK-47, I feel like that was a really cool adjustment. Sadly, though, it's all going to come down to the B side, and the AK, I mean, it's coming there. Karn is dishing out damage. Lots of damage, in fact. Oh, my goodness. It's Karn, and it's Davi, and it's 2 AKs on the side of TNL. It's already a massive round for them, and they're almost on the brink of victory. Christo knows there's a player in suicide. Can he win the gunfight? This is awkward. This is mega awkward to lose this round to the pistols and the single AK-47.
TNL will hold on, denying ECSTATIC double digits, and what a fashion to do so. Can has just gone absolutely crazy here. Spray control, beautiful. ECSTATIC are going to call a pause off of that. Yeah, that's a frustrating round to lose. You've got to make sure that everybody's doing all right after that one. They don't have a lot of money either, so they've got to try and work out what to buy here. You know, you calculate all of your finances based on the rounds that, or you converting the rounds that you're supposed to win. The second that you don't, it kind of screws up those plans, and that's what we're seeing here. The symptom of it. A Galil, an AK, a Tech 9, a Desert Eagle, and a Scout on Christu. And if they can't make it work, it'll be an Eco in the next, and TNL will almost certainly tie things up. Round number 16 underway. Oh, what a start.
You don't get to see those often, a Scout winning against a DWP, and this is it's a bit awkward because I don't think Onyx has any idea there's already a player up short. Now he has given the intel, so Karn is watching short from a side just in case. But I feel like they've been giving a lot of control here to ECSTATIC. If they want, they could very easily poach middle. Maybe even go for the wraparound, but right now time is still on their side, and you could see they're playing this one super safe. Someone like Syra is at the steps of short. We even saw Nut keeping a close eye on Longhouse. Navi's losing a lot of HP in middle, though. Maybe it's for the better that a guy like Onyx is on B plateau. It's a really good position to be at. Long-range gunfights, shouldn't lose it against the Deagle, or maybe even the Scout for that matter. With 45 seconds, right about now, you can see ECSTATIC slowly but surely making their way through middle.
Davi and Nife so low on health. This still feels very doable here for the CT side. The problem is Onyx is taking no prisoners. Still picking them off. Nut. Pokes around. Doesn't anticipate the head over the top. Doesn't even matter. It's not Davi to find the kill. It's Can instead. And with Analele last man standing, he does get rid of that AWP, but won't be allowed to plant. They'll charge him down. Oh, hang on a minute. That came way too close, but it is still going to be a 7th there for TNL, and the important thing is they close out that round.
Yeah, that was by far the most important bit, but I'll also add this. I mean, he got scary there pretty quick, considering as well, Anlele, he had an okay amount of HP, and he had to take care of 2 players that were, what, below 30? 40 points of health? So it definitely felt doable, and it definitely was a lot closer than it ever was supposed to be. If he checks in the smoke grenade Longhouse, Sonic is a big fan of the MP9s, the MAC-10s, and this is where he's just going to rack up. He's good. Uh-oh. That is a bit awkward, but no biggie. Smiles on TNL.
Yeah, happy to get that one over the line as well. B9. Making light work of this. A nice little field day, early Christmas present. Here comes the important one, though. Galil on TMB. Big guns on the rest. Scan right now. AK in hand. Davi. There onto TMB. Oh, good trade back.
Not looking good as ever. And this is where just the CT is just waiting for an opportunity, but I don't think they're going to find anything. And perhaps saving the weapons would be a better choice. For me, the big question is, what is Anlele doing? He thinks that these players will try and go for the save, but the problem is, they're still trying to go for the retake. And right about now, yeah, Anlele realizes it, but, okay. Okay, TNL are backing away, and this is where I feel like Anlele can definitely find some impact. Or not. Niffy somehow wins that aim duel.
Terrorists win.
All right, 10-8. ECSTATIC. Get it done. Inch that a little bit closer. Still plenty of money here for TNL, saving those weapons and cash to fall back on as well. But on number 19, a very, very important one for them. If they allow a static onto 11, this gets a whole lot harder. T-side money not actually looking too powerful, so certainly seen better days. HE in, Nife. Doesn't shift up. He actually goes about that quite loud, so they'll know he's close. He does sort of dial it back. He's not going to play all the way through the long tunnels, but he needs to be careful here.
This will be pretty comfortable in their positions. I was wondering whether Niffy might play right behind the double doors. That's a solid nade as well. They don't seem to be anticipating anyone behind that smoke, but we can see on X-ray that, yeah, there's a few players now backing away from Longhouse. It is somewhat awkward that ECSTATIC, right about now, will try to fight for some presence. I would assume in short with that smoke. NAVI still holds a pretty good angle in short. It's not a one-and-done position. He can spot out the players and then safely jump in CT spawn. And the way this round is going, yeah, Nithe, he's got the confidence. He's going to clear out Longhouse. He'll see there's not a single player here. Now they might begin to wonder, is it B or short? And Nifty's going to gather a lot of intel. Right about now, sees the one player in mid, and now with 20 seconds remaining, ECSTATIC. They have to make a choice. The choice is on B's side, but there is little time to work with. Niffy comes in lower tunnels. Flarex gets a frag on Nut, and now there is simply no time to even push on the bomb side.
Ooh.
And Cristo, great pickup on Niffy, but they won't win the round because of it.
Yeah, plagued by just about everything there in that round. The crunch in lower mid gets the better of them. Now, weirdly, Analele surviving there doesn't do them any favours. At least he's on 750. But did Christu die after time? I didn't even clock that Christu died after time.
I don't...
He must have. He's on $300.
Yeah, I mean, that was basically where that engagement happened in tunnels. That was like the last second of the rounds, I suppose. Yeah, and man, that's satisfying for sure.
Rough. That's worst case, because they're in a position where they've got a little bit of a margin, whereby losing that round isn't the end of the world. They can come in with, like, you know, a couple of pistols, but save some money, fall by in the next round, and that's okay. And it would, worst case, be 10-10, and then the big guns come out. Instead, with Christu dying after time and Analele surviving, it forces them into a buy here. It's not a pretty buy, especially with Christu being dropped to Deagle and having no Kevlar around it. He's just got that smoke grenade to work with, so he has to play sort of hard support here. TNL could take 10 and beyond. There's the opening pick. Yeah, no trouble finding Christu. Fleerax will follow up.
Yeah, as we talked about it as well, like, this is an awkward predicament where going for the eco doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So Forcebite is, and it's already a dreadful start. 3 players left standing. I'm sure Niffy and the team having such a huge advantage wouldn't even think of pushing through the smoke in Longhouse, but Flarex is still holding on to a pretty good angle. And in general, the current setup, the 2-1-2, it's great for these types of situations. Oh. Oh.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't get to see it, but Fleerax just goes crazy. 4 kills to his tally. Single-handedly holding down mid. And 10-10, tied up. No one surviving there for ECSTATIC as well. Not that they'd want to. They need to just make sure that the economy's even across the board, and that's what they've got right here. Everyone within $100 of each other. Going into round number 21, TNL will be allowed 11, more than likely. And then we will see ECSTATIC try to claw this back, but from the back foot. That's been a bit of a rarity so far.
One of the satisfying things as well is that we are yet to see, ECSTATIC actually try and go out fast long. And the reason being is that they just simply didn't have the spawns for it. NAVI, does mess it up initially, but second time's the charm. And maybe ECSTATIC will have some better luck in this upcoming round, and they might just have a good spawn to try and take something like long control. Lyra has recovered an AK-47 for his troubles, but the problem is he's up against FlareX, who, past couple of rounds have been hitting some good shots, important for a CT Opper. No AWP, I guess, on the side of ECSTATIC. Christo. It's either glass cannon or an AK, I feel like. So, AK it is. This time around, they actually have okay spawns for long, so we might actually even see a long play up. There we go. They're setting up for it. They got the flashbangs to work alongside it, so they will try to push through the smoke, I would assume, but apparently not. Or actually, yeah, there we go. The long plays taking place. So great start early on for ECSTATIC and FlareX. Despite his early aggressive position, he only gets intel. Now he'll shift his focus towards A.
Man advantage goes a long way here. TNB just jiggling on the long corner, spamming, hoping there's someone on the ramp. Won't be the case. They're going to regroup, head over towards B. I was thinking he's sort of trying to play for something here, but it's all just about selling a bit of a fake. It's all about pulling those rotates over. Onyx going to start to realize, but he's not going to check the hard right corner. Nutnut's lurk is perfect. And ECSTATIC will have a two-man advantage, and only NAVI to contend with here on the bomb site. TNB overdoes it a tiny bit. NAVI's found all three! Oh my god, Danny, what is this?
That's messed up. That is just messed up. I did not expect to see that. I was so sure ECSTATIC will just take control of the B bomb site, but apparently NAVI, we have to see his POV. Like, how is he able to stop this push single-handedly? And I'll give you that. Spacing was awful. They basically lined up for NAVI, and there was just no chance for anyone to swing out wide. And that is a terrible, terrible round for ECSTATIC. And here it is now looking better. FlareX. Oh, I see the bullet hole, and I was kind of hoping that he might hit that shot. And look at this. Look at this. Oh my gosh, he's already in lower tunnels.
It's done. Wow. Such a fast reaction, and the fact that he doesn't even back off back through mid doors either. He pursues it. He's going up top mid. He says to NAVI, take my space in lower tunnel. I'm going to keep hunting. It's an uncharacteristic miss, but Can's there to follow up regardless and tee this up for the 2-0 victory. Nutnut left with 22 HP. This was looking like an ECSTATIC map at one stage, but no longer the case. Onyx will land the final bullet, the finishing blow. TNL are your second grand finalists, and we will have a Ukrainian derby in the grand finals of Galaxy Battle Phase 1. It's going to be Passion UA against TNL, and I cannot wait for tomorrow.
Man, oh man, what an insane victory for TNL. Another grand final appearance. Sure, it's in an online format, but the prize pool is way bigger. So that is going to be a big challenge, I feel like, for TNL to go up against their countrymen Passion UA, because for the most part, when you get to see these, countrymen matchups, I feel like for the most part, they end up being super close affairs, or in some cases, it's something like a super one-sided game. But something tells me the upcoming grand final is going to be anything but that, because we had some amazing individual performances. And shout out to NAVI. Usually that's not the guy you shout out on TNL. Usually if you look at TNL, there's someone like, Karn is able to find a lot of great impact. He seems to be a very impactful player. Then you might look at someone like, like FlareX at some moments could have his sort of moment to shine. But all in all, props to NAVI, and in general, TNL was just looking pretty damn solid throughout this entire best of three.
Yeah, they really were. And Davi had some great moments that really made that game happen, especially there in that second map. You know, the 3K when he was on that B-bomb site. Let's be honest, they kind of fed it to him a little bit. As you say, that spacing was just off by miles. Yeah. And they end up choking a 2-man advantage. I think they're going to be kicking themselves that they've let that one slip. But that's our playoffs bracket all wrapped up, except for that grand final. You know, a lot of money on the line. 25,000 first place, 11K for second. These boys have bagged themselves a decent chunk of change already, but glory is to play for tomorrow to crown themselves the Galaxy Battle Phase 1 champions. TNL have already had a bit of glory recently, and they want a second dip at it for Passion UA. This would be a great way for this new roster to build up a bit of confidence of their own, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this would be a massive win. I feel like for either team at this point, you know, Passion UA bringing out Woro, they'd love to win their... I feel like this probably would be their sort of first proper big victory. Whereas on the side of TNL, if anything, you want to prove the haters that, all right, we could do it obviously on LAN, but when it comes to, you know, beating out some tougher opponents, we could also do it in the online environment, and it's going to be such an interesting best of five grand final. Definitely worth tuning into, guys. And that's definitely going to be, I feel like, that's where you get to see who's the cream of the crop. You know, you have to play 5 maps, potentially, at the very minimum 3, and it's going to be such a difficult match for either squad. And I feel like, sure, you could point at someone like Passion UA, they have experience, but also TNL is looking hot as ever, and something tells me that's going to be a barn burner of a best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I really hope it goes the distance. Something I was going to mention before this game actually started was one of the only opponents that TNL have lost to recently was NAVI Jr. And Passion UA beat NAVI Jr. today. So whilst it's apples to oranges and you can't always make these comparisons, I think we should definitely be teed up for a competitive one tomorrow in that best of 5. That's going to wrap things up for today, though, from me and Danny. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us. Those of you who keep us company in the chat and all of that jazz, your class. We'll see you tomorrow to wrap things up here in Phase 1, that best of 5 grand finals. It's going to be awesome. Have a wonderful rest of your evenings, folks, and we'll see you all then. Bye-bye.